Krusty Krab?
To the town of Opry rode a stranger one fine day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Today, we have our normal, totally not wacky Schizo stream for you all. But before we get started, I just need to say, can somebody kick that Sigger bitch off the range, please? Because yes, there was allegedly another P320 that went off in the holster at Area 3, which is the big area championship match that was out in Rapid City this weekend, where I was there. I heard about it the day that it went off. Unfortunately, I was not in the squad, and I have not seen the video of it happening yet. But allegedly, at least from what I'm told, the video exists, though nobody has reliably seen it yet. So, but before we get into all that and some of the other schizo happenings of the week, we have Richard and Josh. How's everybody? Josh. Freudian slip. I saw Josh come through in the chat there. Jake, how's your day going?
Well, Josh and I are like brothers, and honestly, it's an honor to be confused with him. So I'm doing good.
Good, fantastic, excellent. Glad to hear it. Richard, how's your night going?
I'm just glad I'm not being called the wrong name.
Need the hookup? I don't need it. I don't need no hookup. I don't need no hookup. All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should just jump right into it because we have funny things to get into. Before we get to the main topic, yeah, this crown has actually been in my kid's car, or my wife's car for like months. I just told her to go run and grab it right before the stream started. But speaking of, well, you know, it's a minivan. It's a minivan. Yeah. We got the crown. We're all chuds here, or something like that. Isn't what the guy said? But I don't know if we've covered this guy before, but I know Vintage Warfare has, and he's in the chat right now. Bone Tactical is a weird channel. There is a real human being behind it who does real videos, but every now and again, or maybe like 50% of the time, it's just an AI video. It's like a clone of himself in a picture that he's taken, but then it's AI animated and voiced and probably scripted. And every now and again, one of them just blows up and gets like 30,000 views. Now, most of his content, let's pull it up real fast. Most of his content gets like a few hundred views, right? So we're talking 630 views, 800 views, 600 views, 800 views, 27,000 views, right? But it's like 50-50 AI, real, just absolute slop. I have no idea how this guy ever got to 230,000 subs. Even his shorts do horrible views. They're just absolute garbage. And so somebody posted this or sent this to me earlier. So because I had to see it, now you guys do as well. Now, the title of the video, The Real Gay Man Theory They Don't Want You to Know About, which is also like a chat GPT clickbait title.
Freudian slip.
Everybody online thinks they know gray
No, I meant to say gay. That's what I titled it in the Discord as well.
man theory. They'll tell you it's about blending in, disappearing into the background, and hoping nobody notices you. But here's the truth.
Speaking of the background, please keep in mind that the background never moves. Like, never moves at all. Boost it up a little bit.
Version of gray man theory, it's a lie invented in some chairborne commando's mom's basement. If you try it in real life, it'll get you exposed fast. Hurt bad if you're in a real stakes, dangerous situation, and laughed at if you're just cruising around thinking you're gray. What I'm about to share is the real gray man theory, and it's the part they don't want you to know. My name's Greg. I've been in hundreds of real-world physical altercations. I've been a bouncer. I've worked both private security and corporate espionage in some of the most dangerous places on Earth. I've been locked.
Now, as you notice, his eyes are like wandering around, and the background's just like a PNG picture. It's a JPEG, right? Because nothing is moving. There's no wind, nothing. And then his voice and body is like a little bit animated, and it's close enough. Like, that's the scary thing, right? It's close enough that if you are like maybe not as tech savvy, if you're not paying attention, if it's sitting over on your second monitor somewhere and you just walk by and you're not paying attention to it, you might be like, oh, well, that's a real video. You know, it sounds off, but it's like kind of close, right? But no, it's just pure AI slop. Probably you based off of his own voice, based off of his own likeness, and then probably just a fake AI script. And he says absolutely nothing in the video. So prepare for nothing.
Up. I've lived as a fugitive. I've seen firsthand what works and what gets people jammed up quick. What I teach with the real gray man theory is not theory at all, it's experience. Let's start with what everyone thinks gray man theory is. They say, blend in, wear gray clothes, do what the locals do, be bland, don't stand out, be invisible. That sounds good in a Hollywood script, but in the real world, it doesn't hold up. Because even if you can blend and go unnoticed by the ignorant majority, somebody with a basic skill set will always notice you. And the higher the stakes, the more skilled individuals will be around. You cannot actually disappear.
Yeah, he's not smoking a cigar. There's a cigar in the photo, but there, you know, it's like nothing in this photo is actually alive, right? This is literally just a JPEG, an animated JPEG, which is wild to do. Like, imagine, now this would be funny to do as a meme, okay? With this JPEG right here that you see right now, at some point in the future, I take this image and then I just animate it and I feed it some slop script, right? Written by ChatGPT or whatever it is, right? And I just start the stream with like a 10-minute opening monologue to see if people notice.
If you try
Honestly-
too hard to look like no
Go ahead.
Honestly, this dude sounds pretty similar to a lot of the people in the Discord. So
Wait,
it's
what are
got
you
me-
saying?
It's got me kind of worried. You know, I'm always kind of wondering if any of those people are real, and this has got me.
Yeah,
Second
AI
guessing
Fed
myself.
agents infiltrating the what was our Discord called? Christian nationalist,
Yes,
right wing,
the
alt
Christian
right server.
nationalist,
Mhm.
anti-Semitic, right-wing racist server.
Yeah, that's literally the title of our server. It's not Focus Strip server. It's white nationalist, white Christian nationalist, alt right, neon Yahtzee, anti-Semitic server. It's
Sounds like
catchy.
good people to me, honestly.
nobody, the people who are trained to observe will spot you instantly. Level 3.
No, the new one I got called was Christo-fascist. Christo-fascist. That was the new one I got.
3, 4, and 5 guys can spot today's gray man type from a mile away. Predators, high-level criminals, special operations, even regular folks with street smarts. They'll see you trying too hard. And once they notice you're trying not to be noticed, you've already failed. The real gray man theory is not about blending in, it's about controlling perception. It's about mastering every detail of yourself, your appearance, your mannerisms, your tone of voice, even how you stand and how you shake someone's hand. Because here's the truth. Every human being you meet is judging you, consciously or subconsciously. It's built into our survival instincts. And if you know how to shape that perception, you can tilt almost every interaction in your favor. Think about it. A banker is deciding whether to give you a loan. A judge is deciding about your case in court. If you walk in sloppy, nervous, or looking out of place, you're denied and judged harshly. But if you look like you deserve respect, know how to read tone, body language, rhythm of speech, and respond accordingly, suddenly you're trustworthy. That's the real gray
Very,
man.
very wise
You get
words.
pulled over by police. Many people panic or act suspicious. Most people that have trouble with law enforcement could have avoided the trouble by utilizing the real gray man theory. The mistakes are made even before contact actually occurs.
Well,
Big
that's the thing is I think this guy, I don't know if he lives in South America or something, but Bone Tactical, if we go back to his YouTube page real fast. I'm pretty sure, let me see. I know I watched one of his videos earlier. Pretty sure he lives somewhere in like South America. So like he is a real person. But some of his videos are just AI slop. Some of them are real. Like this is very real.
Quickly, briefly sharing a video about the new bone occlusion bracelet. All right, this is the new one with the neodymium super magnets on there. All right, that's the biggest change.
I have no idea what that means. But I don't know if he just lives in South America and lives off of like the $50 a month he gets in ad revenue, and that's his entire net worth right there. I mean, this video got 800 views. Absolutely wild.
He lives off the off that check from being in the teams for all those years.
I guess
he's a real operator. I don't know if you know that.
Very, very operator. Which AI clone tool did you use? And then I'm pretty sure all the responses are also just AI generated.
Well, he has
Who invented logic? Ben Steger, baby. Well, I don't know if we're talking about that tonight, but yeah, Ben Steger most certainly invented logic. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
this guy has to be a gray man because he has crippling social anxiety. So every interaction he has in public, he just has to make sure people don't notice him, I guess. I'm not sure.
I wonder.
Yeah, he just has some. He literally just has some bot running his comment section, making videos for him. Like, I can't believe I pay Richard for anything. It could all be AI, guys.
How do you know that? Why
This is
would
tragic.
you invest in artificial intelligence when you can pay genuine stupidity?
The bone occlusion bracelet be worried about. So,
but I mean, he is
just a game changer.
he does real
What it
things.
is. Comment.
But it's just weird. I don't know what he's probably mentally unwell. But then you go to his website. Oh wait, no, there was a good video I do want to watch before we get there. Before we get to his website, there was one about him and bikes or something. Was it? Oh, here we go. Extreme Adventure
Hey guys,
EDC
Greg
gear.
here, Bone.
So this appears to be a real video. Like it seems real. He's a little pudgy these days. That's all right, you know. After you retire from the teams and doing all the cool stuff, you gain some weight. It's okay. It happens to everybody.
Tactical. This is a video I'm shooting here along with a pepper spray video. So if you have
And yeah, that's him pepper spraying what's probably his own dogs.
tactical, this is a
Those are probably just his own dogs. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to pepper spray him for this video. Come here, guys. Which is
I mean,
wildly inappropriate.
is this based or is this cringe? What is it?
Pepper spraying your own dogs? Cringe. Like your own dogs that love you and you take care of them and they trust you? That's cringe. Pepper spraying like wild dogs? If they're wild dogs, base, right?
Here's
Who cares?
the thing. Those dogs don't look like the dog that he has in the other part of the video.
Correct.
Those are different
video
dogs.
I'm shooting here along
I mean, yeah,
with
but they don't look like they're coming up or like attacking him.
Hey
They're like
guys,
just
Greg here, Bone Tactical. This
like
is
waltzing
a
away,
video I'm
you know.
shooting here along with a
they don't look like they were aggressing upon him, right? That's the point. If dogs just walked up to him to say hi and he just sprays them with pepper spray, like that's an asshole.
pepper spray video. So if you haven't checked the pepper spray video, check
Or it's
that
an AI
out
dog.
apart. But it's eating.
But this is what he says he wears every day, though. I think he has a picture of it somewhere. I want to see that real fast. So this is what he carries every day. This is his battle belt setup, which, yes, is a regular belt thrown around his shoulder that has a decorative baton, one rifle magazine. And keep in mind, this is like a pants belt. This is just a standard belt that he's turned into like a shoulder holster, not for his firearm. His firearm stays on the belt in a plastic clip-on, so not even like a Safariland or anything like that. Two extra mag pouches.
That's not even a real rifle magazine, I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's one of those card holders. I think that's one of those credit card holders that has the bungee
Well, probably, but I mean, he doesn't have a rifle on him, so why would you even have a rifle magazine?
From what the chat's saying, he's not even allowed to have firearms. So,
Well, but
I
is he
don't-
living in South America? Where does he actually live at? Because that picture or that drone footage you showed earlier of him in it looks like not America. I don't know where he is.
yeah, there's several people saying that he's a felon, that he had a run-in with law enforcement, and
I mean, it
a
seems like
woman,
it.
and then had to flee.
Yeah. So, but is he in South America? So, I mean, I don't know what the gun laws are down in certain South American countries or if they really care. But yeah, so he's got pepper spray, a baton, allegedly a firearm around his waist as well. I mean, and this is what he carries, what he says every single day, which just seems wild to me.
I mean, an American felon in South America is just like a normal person.
Yeah, yeah, true. Our felons are better than your citizens. But
How the terms have tabled.
right. Well, actually, yeah, true. NPE ghost knife, $15. Bone. What is a bone occlusion bracelet? Which sounds like a Travis Haley word salad.
It's for
Bone
kinesiology.
Yeah, bone
You wouldn't get
occlusion
it.
kinesthetic
Sounds more like
alignment
something
bracelet.
Vince Sager does
What
to
is it? Is
his
it just a garrote? Is that what he means to say? Like, is it just a multi-purpose like murder weapon? Like,
he mispronounced neodymium magnets earlier, so I'm really confused.
yeah, but what is? I don't get what it is.
I think it's just a bracelet.
From what I think, it's one of those mood stabilizing bracelet things.
Well, it says like most of our non-permissive environment gear is much more than it meets the eye. This bracelet brings personal preparedness to the level of covert action, featuring Kevlar, para-aramid cord, a stainless steel clasp, and genuine exotic hardwood handle. Beads reclaimed by Mr. Bone himself. Okay. You want Mr. Bone's wood? Is that what you want? You want his
There is no way people are paying $45.
This is so stupid, though. Prior to Greg's innovations in the area, whatever that means, there had been no major updates to this class of operational equipment since World War II. What is it? Like, what is it supposed to do? It's a piece of rope with wood attached to it. Like,
I think it is a garrote.
Well, I think that's probably what it's actually used for. But yeah, a garrote makes sense, but just call it that.
I just want to own something that was handcrafted by Mr. Bone.
You just want to handle Mr. Bone's wood. You want to feel it wrapped around your wrists, which is really awkward, dude.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that, but that's what you meant. What else does he have? Store. Let me see all products. I don't care about your story. Edge tools. Here we go. Now we need some edging tools. Oh, the Bone Hawk. $300. So when I first read this, I thought it was the butt belt knife, but no, it's the mutt belt knife for $230. The EDC Relentless for $15, which wow, what a drop in price. The Trench Raider Machete for $800. I'm pretty sure Hawkeye could make stuff way better than this for way less money. Bowie knives for $230.
I almost guarantee you what this guy's doing is just
drop shipping from Temu.
Well, he's probably, for some of the designs, he probably has a company that makes them for him, and if anything, he just sharpens them, but they probably already sharpen them.
No,
like you can just get this stuff made very cheap.
Look like they're straight off of Temu.
Yeah, the karambits, yeah. I really don't know on this.
I mean, listen, AI generated videos, AI generated knife and tomahawk designs, a $900 machete. $900.
Yeah.
Bone with a spade.
Dude thinks he's Winkler. He thinks he's.
Why is that one $1,000? The Tick Super Alloy EDC knife. Like Rolex money for a freaking EDC knife. Okay, all right.
You wouldn't get it.
I wish. Yeah, you're right.
You're not
wouldn't get
enough to understand
the tasteful lettering. Yeah, unbelievable. All right.
Nothing says gray man like a 12-inch Bowie knife that has bone etched into the side of it.
Bone. You haven't had your fix of the bone yet. But before we get to that, we'll talk about, or we'll get to you guys because you guys are just throwing money at us on stream. It's better than money than tomatoes, which is probably what we actually deserve. Jojo Fosho for 5 says, the only stream I ever watch after the fact. Have a great night, fellas, and I'll catch up tomorrow. Well, thank you, Jojo for 5. I hope you have a great night, man. Appreciate it. Subarctic Psycho for 5 says, out of money. Ain't giving any more super chats until I get paid, Sonny. Be grateful for what I'm giving you tonight, Focus, or else, ... Damn, all right. How about this one to make you feel better? Whoa, jump scare. Sorry about that. Headphone users just got immolated there.
Just so everyone's aware, I was sitting in the background earlier and John played that. I had no idea that he was even in the app, and he played that and it blasted into my ears and I almost wet myself.
I see the emojis coming through. They enjoyed that. They enjoyed that little
payback for the voice changer.
Hugh Jasper 2 says, on time and curved to the right. Only a little bit. All right, thank you, Hugh Jasper. A little too much info. Appreciate it. Mitchell Black for 2 says, class clowns unite. Indeed. The Lightsport for 2 says, or probably the chat. These were before the stream even started. So probably talking about the people that show up early just to make end towers in chat, which is based. The Lightsport for 2 says, they don't understand the things I say on Twitter. True. Mitchell Black for 5 says, Neil Nittler. Uncommon name, but very unfortunate for some of those guys, you know. Thank you for that, Mitchell Black. Hugh Jasper 2 says, all the lateness of an unplanned pregnancy. Well, we call this stream a happy little accident. How about that? Thank you, Hugh Jas. The Lightsport for 2 says, 30 seconds flat if you feel the heat, baby. We had a little heat in the intro. The Josh for 5 just says meth. It's got meth on the mind and meth in the mouth, if you know what I'm saying. Thank you, Josh. Hugh Jasper 2 says Kang. Yeah, we was Kangs. I was Kangs, the Burger Kang. Thank you, Hugh Jas. Negative 30 Degree Nightmare, remember for 6 months, says an AI version of a schizo, also a schizo. Schizoception. Yeah, well, that's like the tame schizo, right? Like maybe he essayed a girl in America and had to flee. That's kind of tame compared to what we're going to talk about a little later. But thank you, Negative Degree Nightmare, for 6 months of support. Mitchell Black for 2 says Timu Tactical Andrew Wilson. Yeah, knockoff Andrew Wilson, which is not a position that you want to be in. Thank you, Mitchell Black. Hugh Jasper 5 says the iPhone and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. True. Thank you, Hugh Jas. Central Sands Defense for 5 says just spent 30 minutes getting a backwards bolt catch detent out. Stream starts, it comes out. Coincidence? I think not. Hey, well, good timing then. And yeah, that sounds miserable. I've had to like drill out uppers and just like hit them with a hammer from the other side, try magnets and a bunch of other things to get those out if they get stuck. So
wait, you can put those in backwards?
Yeah, how do you?
If you try.
Oh, no.
If you try. Zanico for 2 says, who invented logic? Ben Steger. Ben Steger invented logic. I don't know if we're going to look at that video tonight because it barely works on the website that I have it on because PSI has me blocked. So I can't even look Facebook. At it on his. I know, but Richard can pull it up. Richard can pull
What's
it up.
What's up, my Siggers?
That's right. Mitchell Black for 2 says, how does a black man become gray? Ask Michael Jackson. Pretty sure it's a disease. Bulge Deep in Vagina for 5 says, have it your way, King at Focus Trip. Dude, you got on screen. The dude you got on screen is grimace shaped. Which Richard, is Richard grimace shaped, or are we talking about this Timu Andrew Wilson here? Hugh Jas for 2 says, Focus is my favorite. Crisco fascist. Crisco fascist. Now that's a new one. Now, having grown up where my mother would use Crisco for like cookies and whatnot, I probably am a Crisco fascist. Although maybe we'll do a fascist test at the end of this stream for some entertainment value. Mitch Black for 2 says, I vote to replace Richard with AI waifu. Oh, I should read the rest of these in like some sort of waifu voice.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
All right, let me know if it's working. I hope it's working though. Thank you, Mitchell Black for 2.
No, not working. Definitely not.
Gas station butter pill pad for local enjoyer. For 2 says he's gonna get hired by the BATF. I see. Thank you, gas station butterpill enjoyer. Middle Blacker 5 says, I changed my mind. Please make Richard into a VTuber while streaming. This will hide his identity and break up the monotony. I see. I understand. Thank you, Mitchell. Garrett Belknap for 2 says, late to the stream. Give me a short recap, please. Well, because we're only a little bit late, the recap is that this man here that you see on screen is a AI rendition of the original owner of this channel, Bone Tactical, and he makes very overpriced etching tools, right? $600 for a tomahawk and some other wacky stuff, and he makes very novel videos that get almost no views for a channel with 203,000 subs, and he probably bought basically every single one of them. Gas station enjoyer Boner Puff or Local Enjoyer says Heat 2 comes out next year. No joke. Are they doing the Heat 2? Is that am I getting trolled right now? I hope. Thank you, Gas Station Butter Pilvet. Don That's for 2 says, I want this guy to be black for vid to be perfect. Maybe. Alright, thank you, Todd
Wow.
Bugs.
The chat is absolutely hating this. Almost as much as me. Wow.
Jake's like, what did I invite myself onto? Make it stop. I see it.
Anime slot.
Jolly Roger for two says, you are Jesus Cristo from Clone High. Clone High. I don't know what that is, but I'll assume that's a compliment. Thank you, Jolly Roger for the 2. Appreciate it, man. All right. Well, okay. Here we go. Now we can talk about allegedly at Area 3 last week, I should say. A young lady DQ'd because as she was getting ready for a stage, load, make ready, she loads her P320 X5 stock, allegedly puts it in her holster. As she's getting ready for the beep to go off, the gun goes off, right, in the holster. This is according to both of the ROs that were there. This was at stage 11, which was actually, the last stage that I shot on Saturday. That was our ending stage, which was a great stage. So it sucks that she got DQ'd there and it ruined her whole weekend. Allegedly, her father, because it's a young lady, her father or her husband has a video of the event, but that's the one thing that I have not seen. Now, allegedly, some of the people here, as you can see on screen, were in her squad, which again, this is mostly alleged, though I heard about it like the day it happened. But again, I was in a different squad in a different area. We3Pew says she was in our squad. She had made ready, just put the gun in the holster. Her hand was barely on the grip, finger nowhere near the trigger. Gun goes off and everyone had a what the hell moment. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Super disappointed for her though, because she's a good friend and has been working hard to compete. Sammy Sr. says, I was in the squad that it happened in. Can confirm her husband said it was a stock X5 Legion Weber holster, not a race holster, so just a generic Kydex clamshell design. From my angle, back of the base, center left, her hand was off the gun when it discharged. The CRO was on the timer and confirmed her finger was not on the trigger. Now, the ROs for that stage, because we met them later on when we actually shot that stage, very nice professional people, and so I don't know why they would lie to cover for the girl. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. But again, I have not actually seen the video. I am going to attempt to actually reach out to the individual that it happened to, her and her husband, and see if I can get them to give some sort of statement. I'm not sure if they're currently in contact with SIG or with the match director, Andy, or anything else about the incident. But I'm going to try and get something more on that. But that thing, that never happens, well, it happened again. It happened again. And unfortunately, her arms were not crossed because she was getting ready to shoot a stage. Yeah.
I just want to know why anybody would be going to any competition at this point with a P320.
Well, I mean, there are several people, even in our squad. I think there was at least one P320, like in our own squad. People compete with P320s. People like shooting them, man. I have a 320 on my desk right now. It's sitting right next to me.
I mean,
I get why people like the guns. I wouldn't go out of my way to buy one, but if you're already heavily invested in the system and you're like a little skeptical, oh, mine's been fine, so it's good. I can understand why people continue to use them, even though I think that if this incident comes out and video of it comes out, I think USPSA might even end up banning the P320 just in all USPSA matches, considering this happened at a area match, so a level 3 match, which is one step underneath a national match. So like a big match that this happens in.
I want to approach this from a different angle, because it could be, what if the ROs are married and they have a certain type of woman in their life, and they just didn't want to disagree with her because they know what happens when they contradict her or disagree.
Jaded Jake coming in with, well, what if she's lying? Well, which is very possible. Again, I was told video of the incident exists, but I haven't seen it yet.
She's probably a great lady. For the record, everybody, she's probably great.
I'm sure the P320 has a great personality.
We need the Team Fortress women gif for giving coffee.
I actually, do I have that? No, I don't think I have that. I have another one, but I don't know if you guys would actually like that one. It's too loud. But yeah.
Vintage. Believe all.
Right, yeah. Actually, believe all women. Well, fortunately that's not the stance of this show, so we're not worried about that.
We believe no women.
Jake be like,
yeah, we have that one. Yeah, what was she wearing though? That's not nice. That's not nice. Well, she was. Yeah, what type of holster was she wearing? That's the important question. Was it? Oh, did she have a light on it? Was it a Safariland holster? You know, if she had a Safariland holster with a light on it, she was basically asking for it. You know that, right?
I feel like the longer you stay on this topic, the higher the chances you will not get the video.
Right. The higher the chance that they will not talk to me, and I'll be like, ah. Okay, but what's worse than a P320 going off when you don't want it to? It's anything to do with an AK. Now, I just thought this was interesting that Geisley themselves decided to come out with like a AR trigger pack, but for an AK. So it's like an actual like condensed unit rather than a two-piece trigger. Just a drop-in AK replacement, 2-stage trigger. Geisley has a new trigger unit for AK pattern firearms with the AKX with lightning bow. Is a drop-in trigger pack with the lightning bow trigger shoe. Keep reading for all the details. Okay, fine, I will. Okay. Geisley, okay, so this is actually the new ALG trigger, because for a long time, the ALG trigger from Geisley, or not from Geisley, sorry, from ALG, which is a sister company to Geisley, if it's like Amy's company or something like that, that was like the go-to trigger for an AK. Back in the day, you had the Tapco G2s, and then like stock AK triggers, I think, are fine, but if you want something nice, you go with the ALG, unless you own a Zastava, because according to Zastava, the ALGs will break their bolt carrier groups or something like that because the metal's too hard. And now there's a new player in the game, well, kind of the same player, but new. It's Geisley back with a 2-stage trigger, which is, I guess, kind of interesting. Now, on my AKM, my Wasser 10, the trigger is like 4 pounds, 4.5 pounds, so I don't know why you would ever go lighter than that for a AK or like a rifle style trigger, unless it's for a competition rifle. And if you're competing with an AK, well, then you have other things to worry about. The AK ALG, AKT-UL, and AKT-EL are standard type triggers, meaning a separate hammer. Okay, the AKX being a cassette, 3.5 to 4 pounds, 2-stage trigger pull, and they retail for $400, which is $400 is what like a AK should go for, right? AKs should be $400 if there weren't wacky import restrictions and ammo is really expensive. So $400 trigger for an AK. Some people are undoubtedly going to buy it, and I'm sure it's a great trigger. I'm sure it's an improvement, but I mean, it's polishing a turd, right? It's doing more and more to make your turd run a little smoother and a little nicer, but it's a conscript gun.
The whole point of getting AKs in this country was just because it was cheap. Like that's what like teenagers bought as their first rifles, because they could get them. The ammo was cheap. Now they're not cheap. So like, what's the point? And you have to do all this just to even get close to Eugene Stoner. Actually,
they need to mimic a fraction of my power.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. If you want a free AK, you can just go sign up to fight in Ukraine. I hear they hand them out over there. I'm sorry, that's too much.
No, yeah, so I could never do it, right? I would never buy this for $400 when I bought the AK for $500, right? That seems like a complete waste to me. And the trigger that's in there, again, the Wasser 10 trigger is like 4 pounds, 4.5 pounds. Like I couldn't even care that much. I mean, maybe if it's a competition gun, but AKs aren't competition guns. And yeah, AKs only ever made sense when the ammunition was 20 cents a round. and the guns were $400. And now, like a nice AK is over $1,000, or just a Wasser 10, right? So you're taking a nice, quote unquote, nice AK, and then you take this Geisley trigger that may or may not fit because AKs are retarded and there is no like real standardization between all the different models. So somebody's going to try and put this in their PSA AK 103 or, you know, whatever the numbers mean, anything else like that. I'm not autistic that way. I can't tell you what the numbers actually mean. And they're going to be like, why doesn't it work? Although what's funny is PSA is probably going to start offering this as a standard option in their GF6 or whatever their next gen, or maybe their Saber AKs, right? And they'll charge like $2,000 for a PSA AK. And PSA AKs went from being a $600 like trash rifle to being a $2,000 trash rifle. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would go with a Wasser. If you're going to buy an AK, you might as well get a Romanian build kit, basically. Just do that. All right. Well, this is the we'll move on from this. We'll get into some of the schizo falling down, which is actually just tragic on all sides, depending on, I mean, no matter which way you look at it, it's just tragic. Boy Anderson for 5 says, well, she misses ragweed like I do, and her mom already thinks I'm trash, along with her second stepdad, too. Sorry, did I miss the context? Is this like a line from something, or
He's probably using a super chat to reply to somebody in the chat?
Oh, based, yes, much confusion. Thank you, Boy Anderson. Gas station boner pill vet or local enjoyer for 2 says, I can't masturbate to AKs. It's difficult, but not difficult, but not impossible. Thanks, gas station boner pill enjoyer. Ridiculous for 5 says, I have ALGs and installed them myself. They can go binary or bind up. I had to tune the spring and polish burrs. It's not a perfect trigger. That is disgusting. Like having to work on AKs already, like I had to like cut parts on the Raider's Arm handguard and drill out the little retainer and cut off the sling swivel or the swing loop on it. Miserable guns to work on. Why don't things just attach the way they're supposed to? Okay. All right. It's almost like these were built by an inferior people. Inferior
in these
people.
Such cases, it's almost like they were built with absolutely no future modifications in mind.
Mm-hmm. Was that the right one? That's the one. Okay, perfect. Mitchell. Okay, fine, Mitchell. The things I do for $5.
No.
Well, this is a different anime voice. So let's see how
this one works. So how do I laugh?
No,
Does that work?
Bad.
Oh, no.
Is that also bad? Oh no.
They're
Oh, Mitchell
terrible.
Black. John, when you laugh while using the female AI voice, it awakened something inside me. If you laugh again, I'll throw another $5 at you.
All right.
You're
fair
like
enough.
one step above a stripper right now, John. Just one.
I'm already wearing the crown. See, I have the crown.
What's worse than an e-girl? A guy pretending to be an e-girl.
Yes.
So an e-girl?
correct.
That's literally all of them?
Well, yeah, they're all actually Indian. It's Indian AI slop accounts run by Bone Tactical. That's what's really happening. This guy
It's
owns
all
like
just
100
Bone.
fake e-girl accounts.
Under the skirt, it's all bone.
All bone. Rad's Arms for 2 says, is this the new wasn't a 30-06 video part 7? Are
No,
we
not
talking
yet.
about Nate from Valhalla VFT? That man has we gotta check out his channel real fast.
Rad said he will super chat $100 to never hear the voice changers again.
All right. Well, actually, I do. Okay, so that is funny. The first video that pops up is the video from 9 months ago saying that special forces influencers are not role models. Stop idolizing them, which is good. But let's see. Well, okay, there's the drill sergeant. That's the funny video. Venezuela. Okay, Charlie Kirk assassination. So he has made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos, totaling 2, 3, 4, almost 5 million views on Charlie Kirk, which is about $20,000 to $25,000.
And that's not including the streams.
Not including
done
streams,
4.
yes. But
He's done
now
4
that
on those.
that is ad revenue. That is ad revenue if they were actually monetized. And like, I get it. It's a hot topic. There are wacky things about it. So I'm not mad about somebody covering all of the stuff to whatever degree they feel necessary, because again, Kash Patel is almost certainly an incompetent moron. They're certainly lying about certain aspects of it. And there are fishy things, but I think there's also a bit of profiteering going on, if that makes sense, right?
1,000.
Which, I mean, we talk about everything on the show, right? So I mean, it's going to happen that you're going to profit off of things, right? But I think that there's levels to it, I suppose, when you're just chasing it purely for money, not because you're actually interested in the truth or getting good information out there. I think there's levels to that. And it seems like, it's pulling in really good numbers for him. So it seems like there's a good incentive to keep going on it.
Well,
I mean,
it
but yeah.
seems
I can
like
understand.
he's mirroring the Candace Owens talking points, which have obviously proven to be big money makers.
Well, he is, and so is Heavy Duty Country. But the thing I think is interesting about Nate was his most recent video where he's trying to prove whatever he's trying to prove through ballistics testing while shooting fucking cold cuts and deli meats and
Mhm. And
it's
Cheese
retarded.
Whiz or something. Yeah.
It's retarded.
Interesting. I mean, dude, she's pulling in crazy views. These are insane for streams. I didn't realize people got this many views on streams. This is 1 million views on a stream from 3 hours ago.
John, if you just did an AI Candace picture and then an AI Candace voice,
AI
you'd get these
Candace
views
voice,
too.
that's probably on here somewhere, which is terrifying to think about. Terrifying to think about. Actually, I have that one clip of her. Where'd she go? Is she gone? Did we delete that one? What happened?
I didn't
Richard,
delete it.
Richard, what'd you do with the
Who's
clip?
we? I
It was
don't have
we?
the power.
There it is. I found it.
It feels a little fake and gay. Gotta tell you guys, it feels a little fake and gay, and there will be no fakeness and no gayness.
True.
John,
Great
looking
clip.
for the clip of Candace, like eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Dude, okay, you don't see it over here, but there are
It's
like
bad.
50 clips over here right now. So trying to find the needle in the haystack, right? Or there's another expression, but it's the N-word in the woodpile. Have you ever heard that one?
No.
Actually accurate to the circumstance. All right, well, so this is tragic. So over the last week, within the same 24-hour period, there were 2 mass shooting attacks of various levels, both performed by veterans from the Iraq War for wildly different reasons, although both very schizo and very tragic as well. The individual we have here, this is Nigel Edge, who had also gone by a different name at one point, and he wrote a book under a different name, I believe, something about betrayal. We'll get into that in just a minute. But he is a Iraq war veteran or hero. He has a Purple Heart. He has a variety of accolades and accomplishments in his time in the military. I believe he was injured in a IED. I believe he was shot. So the man has a crazy background and has done a lot of things and in his reasoning for service to his country, right? But just a couple days ago now, the Iraq hero Nigel Edge named a suspect after 3 people are killed in boat shooting. Now, the reason why it's called a boat shooting is because he had a boat and he used that boat to essentially assault this restaurant down in, this is South Carolina, right?
Yes.
Yeah, down in South Carolina, there he attacked this restaurant / shop at night with a short-barreled rifle with a suppressor on it, which is rare for some of these shootings, but it appears to be a Mark 18 or similar. So, former Marine has been named as the main suspect after 3 people were shot dead at a crowded waterfront bar from a small boat. At least 8 other victims were wounded in the shooting at American Fish Company in Southport, a quiet coastal town in North Carolina, 9:30 p.m. on Saturday. Nigel Edge of Oak Island is accused of steering a small boat close to the shore on the Cape Fear River, the gunman stopped and fired into the crowd before speeding away into the dark water. Revelers ran for safety as bullets whistled past their heads, witnesses said. And then they find him. 30 minutes later, a Coast Guard crew spotted a person matching the suspect's description, pulling a boat from the water at a ramp on nearby Oak Island. Nigel Edge has been charged by Southport police with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. And again, you can see he used a short-barreled AR-style rifle, so just thinking a Mark 18 or similar, with a suppressor, folding stock, and scope. Now, I haven't seen the actual photos of the rifle itself, so I don't know if they mean scope like an LPPO or like a red dot and magnifier or what these people actually are saying. Actually, I had to double check right there that voice was still off because I didn't want to be talking for like 30 minutes and nobody told me that voice was still on.
I would have told you, John.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, Jake. Jake needs a raise. Edge is a former Marine who enlisted after 9/11, served in Afghanistan and Haiti, and was wounded in Iraq in 2006. In 2012, country singer Kelly Pickler walked down the red carpet with him on the CMA Awards to honor his military career. He also wrote a war memoir of his tours of Iraq and Afghanistan titled Headshot, The Trail of a Nation. Oak Island Police Chief Charlie Morris said the suspect was known to police as someone who frequently hung out on our pier and that he had filed lawsuits against the town and police department over the last few years, which we'll get into in a minute. He had some outbursts and whatnot and just seemingly committed this atrocity out of nowhere. Now, if we go here, the suspected Southport shooter is Sean William Debo Boyce, a U.S. Marine Corps veteran who illegally changed his name to Nigel Max Edge, or Nigel Edge, and he is approximately 40 years old and lived in nearby Oak Island, North Carolina. Debo Boyce suffered severe traumatic brain injuries during his 2006 deployment in Iraq, including a possible gunshot wound to the head, which could be an indication of what's going on, including a possible gunshot wound to the head, leading to diagnosis of schizophrenia and disorganized thinking. Public records and social media show he filed multiple lawsuits, railed against perceived conspiracies, e.g. Now, this is where things get wild, okay? So, according to him, there was a white supremacist, LGBTQ plus pedophile ring that was targeting him. And he also claims that the country music singer that walked him down the red carpet in 2012 also attempted to murder him. He has a self-published book titled Headshot on Amazon. He raised funds via GoFundMe to buy a fishing boat, which he named Headshot. And this is the video.
My name is Sean D. Boys. I actually just wanted to make this video.
Let me bump this up as high as I can.
Really just to say thank you for everyone that supported me so far, and for the people that, hopefully will take a look and see, what I've been through and what my story is, basically. I guess this May will be 11 years when I was shot 4 times, actually, and had some grenade shrapnel basically peppered throughout my body. I grew up in New City, New York.
So allegedly, the GoFundMe that he is talking about here, the boat that he got in that GoFundMe is the boat that he used to commit this atrocity. Vintage, how's your night going, man? Uh-oh.
He's muted.
You're either muted or we can't hear you.
Technical difficulties.
It's okay. We'll have the faces on top and the others segregated to the bottom.
StreamYards doesn't like my camera ever. I don't know why.
No, it doesn't.
Well, StreamYards is funky. Amar says, this is why I'm determined to get off all medications. I mean, I think medication can help some people, but I think long term it does a lot of harm and doesn't allow you to be normal at all. So I think it's a hard path, but probably the better path. As Vintage is figuring that out, technical difficulties for the Black Queen. The Black Queen can't get the technology figured out. Those white devils not keeping the black woman down. Unbelievable.
His
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, this is great. I am nice. It's nice to see you, fellow African king.
Okay, perfect. Glad to have you on, man. Hope you're having a good night.
I'm having a great night.
Every king
well-
has his queen.
So true.
You took it there. You took it
I'm
there.
king. I'm king. So what does that make you, John?
You're underneath me, so I don't know what that makes you, man.
Makes
I
me a
don't know.
bottom.
I don't know.
Specifically a bottom.
Big bottom. All right. Well, hey, have you looked into this shooting at all that happened down in South Carolina?
So I looked into a little bit of it, but I'm kind of confused on it. I was getting a couple of updates today, and I haven't looked into it other than what I see on X.
Mhm.
So I don't know. He's a veteran of types, a Marine, maybe. I don't know much more than that though.
He's a Marine with a lot of accolades.
Yeah, like an Iraq vet.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
seems like there might be a little bit of TBI, a touch of
Well, he
PTSD.
was shot in the head and possibly an IED as well, right? And he has, I think, a dozen like accolades, like different medals and whatnot from his time from his different deployments and whatnot. So he has like a distinguished military career. Like the other articles refer to him
4 years,
8 years, I think, 2004 to 2012. I think I might be slightly off on that, but so we'll get into it. But he started. You could see that like there were signs moving forward that this man was not all there.
Has been charged with a mass shooting at a waterfront bar on Saturday night. A magistrate's order says that Nigel Edge, 40, has been charged by Southport police with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murders, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. The city of Southport said in a press release this morning that a person in a boat on the Cape Fear River paused briefly at the American Fish Company and opened fire, killing 3 patrons and injuring several others.
Wow. Could the news people have gotten a more emotionless guy?
Yeah. Well,
Dude,
local news, right? Whatever you have is whatever you
how that
have.
dude looked?
Yeah, he
that
did
was
not.
the weirdest news reporter I've ever seen in my life.
He looks like a child. Like they just grabbed a child. He's like straight
And
out
he's
of he's got his BA in communications or something like that, and they just plucked him out.
He's
You're
got like an
South
oversized suit coat on. Like I don't know what was going on with that.
Yeah, that is actually true. He looks like he has his dad's jacket on. That's what happened.
3 kids in a trench coat sitting at the podium.
Oh, sorry, you guys didn't see that. Yeah, no, he looks like he's wearing his dad's jacket there for sure.
Looks like what's that little fucker on YouTube that crashed his car while he was like on live stream? He looks like Jack Doherty. He looks like older Jack Doherty.
Yeah.
Yeah, the suit doesn't fit at all. I think that's like, look how wrinkly the arms are.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's too big. Like it's way too big for him.
He's probably like physically disabled and he's in a wheelchair and we're making fun of him right now.
No, you wouldn't have an overcoat. Like you're
No. I just think he looks like a sober Pete Davidson.
like a
Like
stand-in
if
Sober Pete-
or an intern.
If Pete
and they're
Davidson
like,
hadn't messed up his
pre-drugs.
life,
Maybe he's AI. Is that possible?
if
you know,
Pete
actually,
Davidson's
Jay,
dad wasn't taken out by 9/11.
that might be. He might just be AI.
So
Like
do we
Jake
know if
said.
Rabbi Shmuley is okay?
Good
Well,
question.
I know that his GoFundMe is still going. So if you guys feel like you need to protect Rabbi Shmuley, there's a donation link for him. And we want to make sure that he was Israel's top guy. And Charlie
As long
Kirk would have
as-
wanted
as
wanted you to support Rabbi Shmuley. I mean, let's be real here.
As long as we can get those butt plugs flowing still, that's all that matters, I guess.
That's so true.
Wait.
That's
I
true.
thought that the purpose was to plug, not to flow.
Now, this is from Mark Simmons, who'd been extremely close to the Southport, North Carolina shooter, Sean Debevoise, a.k.a. Nigel Edge. Simons and his wife had asked Debevoise to be their child's godfather. Simons notified the courts that Debevoise / Edge was mentally ill and dangerous. At the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, something changed. His paranoia grew, and despite us trying to help him, so these are people close to him, that, he was close to their family, they wanted him to be the godfather of their children, but you can see that he started post getting out of the military. His symptoms are getting worse and worse. Trying to help him. We grew distance. We learned that he had been diagnosed with delusional disorder, which sounds like most people on Reddit. After a short stay in a mental hospital, after years of keeping our distance, Sean came into my place of work and decided that I was somehow part of his crazy conspiracies. It was after this that I notified the courts that this was a person that was not only mentally ill, but also a trained sniper, and steps should be taken and taken serious. I feared retaliation due to his insane conspiracies. I tried people, I really did. I spent several days in court trying to get people to understand that he should be taken as a threat, and he was/is unhinged. The last time in court, I was there for him breaking the no contact order that was granted and in place, to which the court responded with, "He's not an immediate threat, therefore we cannot arrest him." I asked if they could at least take his weapons. The answer was again, he was not a threat. The system failed, and now innocent people are dead because people were afraid of making a decision. Yes, me and my family are fine. This is 100% predictable and 100% preventable. The system is so effing flawed. Now, while I get why this guy might be mad that this guy was allowed to roam free, I also don't want to go too far in the other direction, where you just, oh, his neighbor said that he was schizo, so go take his guns or whatever. Like, that's not the world that I want to live in.
No, there is a happy medium here. If the guy broke a no contact order, he deserves to be arrested. That is a crime.
Well, yeah. And I think there might be some case of it here where the cops are like, well, but he's a veteran and he's, he has all these accolades, so we don't want to go after him for that. Or they're just lazy, or there's corruption, or it's too much paperwork, so they don't want to get into it. But I mean, I think if he has a history of like coming to your place of work after a no contact order is in place, like there needs to be additional steps to getting this guy, because he can't harass people either, right? So
yeah, that's a problem.
Now this is where this was in 2012. So the alleged shooter at Southport Yacht Basin in North Carolina, Nigel Max Edge, formerly Sean DuBois, was country singers Kelly Pickler's date to the 2012 CMT Awards. Nigel Max Edge, this gentleman on the left, the shooter, would later sue Pickler after claims that she attempted to murder him. So he is saying that she attempted to murder him years later. So this is the defendant to this complaint committed a hate crime towards the plaintiff the night of the CMAs and poisoned the plaintiff. So he thinks that this lady, this singer, who I'm not familiar with, I don't know if either of you guys know who this singer is on the right here, but the Nigel is claiming that she poisoned him, committed a hate crime against him, and tried to kill him in this court document. Crime? Well, it's committed. That's just what he's claiming, right? So in the discovery of a civil conspiracy that has human trafficked and attempted to murder the plaintiff in Iraq, he claims that these people were trying to kill him in Iraq. So this is how far back it goes. It is some sort of, in his mind, it was some sort of conspiracy dating all the way back to when he got shot in Iraq, right? And everybody was in on the conspiracy, his friends, the country music singer, everybody. All of them were in on the conspiracy theory, and this is like a totally different world that's going on inside this guy's mind, right? And attempted to murder the plaintiff in Iraq. It has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelly Pickler attempted to murder the plaintiff in accordance with a white supremacist pedophile plan laid out in the plaintiff's social security number, and that multiple attempts have been unveiled in this discovery following the suits of dates and actions taken by the LGBTQ community's genocide towards the victim of Nigel Edge, then Sean DuBois, in sync with Osama bin Laden. Need all in PMS ring, where during the raid in Iraq, the plaintiff was urinated on after being shot multiple times and fragged by his own Marines during the Abu Ghraib scandal. Again, this is Nigel. Sorry, go ahead, Renan.
Is he saying that, like, while these things were happening, or while he was deployed, he believed that during that time, or did he, after he got out and looking back, said, you know what, these are the people that did that to me? After,
I think it's obviously retroactively. Like, that's obviously he didn't believe these at the time, but this is like what he's put together, right? So he believes that he was peed on by Osama bin Laden after being shot, and then got fragged by his own Marines. So he believes it was some sort of like friendly fire cover up in attempt to kill him. And then because of that, again, there's also the LGBT community's genocide towards the victim, which I don't think you could genocide a single person. I don't think that's how that works. There's also the white supremacist pedophiles that are also after him, which I believe he accused his parents at one point of being part of this white supremacist pedophile ring trying to kill him. And then you have, of course, Kelly Pickler, the country music singer, attempted to poison him at the 2012 CMT Awards. Just absolutely nutty, right? Absolutely ridiculous.
Many such cases. I've seen this before. I do want to know how much his lawyer made off this, because
read out
it's
the
too
keys.
easy to be a lawyer.
Read out the keys for interpretation underneath that. It's
well, so keys for interpretation: LGBTQ BQT QL QTL GD Q U T eat LG large D dick. Anagrams, a word, a phrase, or name formed by rearranging the letters of another, such as cinema, formed from Iceman. Okay. Yeah, total schizo posting. Like, this is schizo falling down.
The genocide thing, I mean, it makes sense now, because if the guy has thousands of personalities and voices in his head and they're trying to kill him, well, that's a genocide.
Well, and I guess my initial question too, right, about like the timeline, was there any indication that he had like any kind of mental illness or mental unwellness while he was deployed, or does this look like it's just like PTSD induced
post
TBI? Yeah. Oh, post TBI. Oh, yeah, that's right. He had a TBI.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was officially shot in the head, right?
That's right.
Yeah, North Carolina, Cape Fear River, suspect shooter Sean William Du Bois, also goes by Nigel Edge. Sean went to Afghanistan 3 times and to Haiti after enlisting after 9/11, which is crazy because my brother, I was like 5 years old at the time, but my older brother, he did the exact same thing. After 9/11, signed up, joined the Marines, basically the exact same thing. Obviously, fortunately, didn't go down this path, but very well, also the exact same age as well, which means that this guy was like 17, 18 when 9/11 happened. He signed up like right after. Just tragic to think about. Sean had submitted multiple lawsuits and claims he was kidnapped, given fake name, given fake family, drugged, and has been almost killed multiple times, as he claims he was not supposed to survive the multiple attempts against his life after serving in the military. Sean claims they poisoned his dog, as well as him, multiple times. So he claims that his family, like after he came back from the war, like they're not his real family. They're in on the conspiracy. They're trying to kill him. All of this just absolutely wacky, unhinged stuff. Everybody's trying to poison him. Everybody's out to get him. Just classic, like, paranoia to the nth degree, right? Sean claims he was forced into sex trafficking, blaming Jeffrey Epstein, the LGBTQ community, his planted family, and the government and military. Sean blamed the North Carolina police with tampering and hindering his case. Sean made multiple posts over the last 2 years expressing his anger at that situation. Sean had asked for donations some years ago to help the boat used in the shooting. Now, I can't really show the picture for more than a couple seconds, but you can see him down there pretty messed up. Like, pretty obviously messed up from the injuries he sustained while in the military. So, let me see here. Public CVS. I mean, I don't know if this is an excerpt from his book, but I'm trying to be careful of what I can and can't show on the camera here. So this is his boat that he had, right? The little boat that he allegedly used to carry out the mass shooting. Now, I'm not sure why he specifically targeted that establishment, and I haven't seen any reasoning or confirmation or anything about that yet.
Yeah. So he said he was sex trafficked, poisoned by a
country music
star.
And his fake planted family, yeah.
That's actually just sad. I believe. I mean, maybe country music star tried to poison him. Maybe she sold him into sex slavery. Who knows? But
country music star sold him.
Well,
I want to know who she is. Actually, I need to look
into her. Look into Miss. What's her name again? Let me see.
Kelly Pickler.
Kelly Pickler. And I don't know anything about this lady, but
kind of sounds
she's apparently
familiar.
a CMT.
Yeah.
I can't place where. Sounds familiar though.
Someone was saying she was from American Idol.
Yeah, I think she was. I'll have to look into it, but I want to say that's right. 2017 or 2018 or something like that. I'll have to check.
Yeah. That's the kind of I mean, if you want to take the conspiratorial angle on it, there some elements of it like might be true. Like there have been friendly fire incidents that have been tried to be covered up, right? And so there could actually be like maybe some truth to his initial claim, and then it just spiraled out of there. You combine that with TBI or anything else like that. It can be absolutely awful, right?
Axe to Grind is having issues in the chat.
What's he talking about?
He doesn't like that we're talking about PTSD.
Well, what do you want us to say? Like he was obviously schizophrenic and had a mental break. Like that's what happened.
I mean,
it's tragic.
We've talked about this. Like I'm familiar with it. Like you should be able to talk about it. Like agree to disagree with that. It's a societal problem.
Yeah.
You know, as much as it is a veteran problem.
Well, it's a vet problem as well, but it's also he killed 3 people.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
injured 8 more.
It's worth discussing.
And people know people like this. Like people know people that are a little bit on the edge, and maybe they just need somebody to actually reach in and pull them out of a dark pit, right? They need somebody that can be a rock if they're mentally unwell, right? Because if the stuff goes untreated, if it goes unhelped, like surely it can't make the situation better by just ignoring it or pushing them to the fringes of society.
It seems like this gentleman had his rock. It was his friend who also made him the godfather of his daughter, if I recall correctly.
Well, right. And so that's the thing too, is it seems like, according to this, that he turned dangerous to those people as well, because he started accusing them of being in on the conspiracy, right? To kill him, have him poisoned, sex traffic him or whatnot. Like they were all planted right there. None of them were actually really his friends, really his family. They were all fake.
Yeah, it is truly sad because obviously you can't be isolated if you're feeling that way, but there does come a point where even if you have people around you, like you were saying, he was going down this rabbit hole of thinking everyone was out to get him.
Well, that sounds like schizophrenia, though. Like I know people like him that like it turned into something that wasn't necessarily PTSD. It's like it ended up being like a hereditary thing after the fact, you know, because you come to find out like, brother's in jail for punching a cop because he thought he was married to Kim Kardashian. I'm not making that story up, right? Like you find out it ends up being hereditary. Like you can, it's that sounds like psychosis. That sounds like schizophrenia to me.
Yeah,
like my best friend killed himself that way.
It's tragic. I mean, it could be that there was legitimately some underlying condition that just got totally exacerbated because of his injuries, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
Or
like, this is not just like standard TBI either. Like this is like an ongoing, like measured level of conspiracy that he thought he was in. This isn't like he's here one day, here another day, and they're inconsistent. It sounds like he has built the story from one aspect to another, and it's just become greater and greater.
Well, yeah, it seems not like normal PTSD that like makes people have like nightmares and stuff or something like that, right? Or be like socially anxious, right? This is like full on mental break, like something is actually mechanically wrong with the person.
Yeah, this is not reality, right?
PTSD
like all these
is
things.
Subtle a lot of the time, like you don't even know you have it, or you don't know what it looks like. A lot of times, like everybody looks to the extreme person freaking out. What they don't see is you turning to alcohol, or you getting into arguments with people that you wouldn't have done in the past. Like there's a lot of subtleties to it. This sounds like to me schizophrenia, psychosis. Maybe it was brought on by his head injury or whatever, but when people like to go to these extremes when it comes to PTSD, and most of the time, like if you really have it, you don't even know you have it sometimes until you talk to somebody and they're like, "Oh shit, buddy, your stuff's all fucked up. Maybe this is what's going on." Don't ask me how I know, but that is what I understand of it now.
Moving on with this, Nigel Edge, Southport NC shooter, had filed a suit against the U.S. the police department, and his parents, among others, alleging his parents were LGBTQ white supremacist pedophiles.
What?
Unsurprisingly, the suit was dismissed. So he alleged that his parents, which were plants, were LGBTQ, so gay, white supremacist pedos, which usually
So Democrats?
wacky combo. Ooh. In some, plaintiff alleges a wide-ranging conspiracy among the various defendants, originating with the Inter Alia, the Iraq War, the Abu Ghraib scandal, the Epstein pedophile ring, and attacks on 9/11. Plaintiff suggests numerous misdeeds, including crimes against humanity, human trafficking, attempted murder, hate crime, pedophilia, falsifying a birth certificate, kidnapping, drugging, slander, torture, strangulation, medical malpractice, vandalism, poisoning, and harassment. Plaintiff alleges a hate crime, LGBTQ, toward a straight man, me, who was raised as a straight male for LGBTQ purposes in an illegal pedophile sex ring. ID at 2, he further alleges defendants William and Sandra DeBevoise, those being his parents, are LGBTQ white supremacist pedophiles directly responsible for a variety of wrongs, including falsifying birth certificates for a feral child. So he believes like they're not even his parents, like at all. Like there is an entire false reality that he has constructed inside of his mind. Yeah.
Can you imagine if he was telling the truth though? Like how like it, maybe in poor taste, but you imagine like he was actually involved in
maybe, right? Well,
he's just telling the truth.
It also it's total like main character syndrome. Like everything that has ever happened has always been about you. Like you get injured. Well, it was actually a CIA assassination attempt to cover up a friendly fire incident. And you were taken advantage of by a LGBTQ white supremacist pedophile ring as a baby because you were stolen from your real parents. Like it's so far outside of reality. And yes, he did. He did write a book.
So he is the main character of his own story.
It's kind of like most of the guys, at least on the Discord, when they're talking about Israel. Just an observation.
And again, he changed his name to Nigel Max Edge, born Sean DeBevoise, in the Southport, North Carolina, schizophrenic shooter and U.S. Marine vet in custody after killing 3 by firing upon a waterfront restaurant. Through his self-published book, Headshot, Betrayal of a Nation, which you can find on Amazon right now, and various lawsuits he filed, he alleges that a LGBTQ white supremacist pedo ring, as well as country singer Kelly Pickler, who he escorted to the 2012 CMTs, were both trying to kill him. And yes, this is his book, and I believe that's him on the cover there. Headshot, Betrayal of a Nation by Sean DeBevoise.
Does he have a following or a support, like a group that actually follows and supports him? Or is it kind of just like this has been a one-off thing?
I honestly don't really believe so. I mean, he had a GoFundMe that allowed him to fund a fishing boat that he used. And it's obvious, like, he had some notoriety because of his accomplishments. Because, again, the articles about him describe him as a war hero because of the accomplishments and what he had gone through in the military. And he was chosen to be at the 2012 CMTs because I think they always, like, honor certain vets there. So he had, like, a little bit of notoriety, like a little bit of a name and a following, and he was able to get some stuff done. But I'm sure later on, like 2018, 2019, as alleged by his friends, he had become completely isolated. They had restraining orders against him. They had no contact orders against him, which he violated. And then to throw all of that out as well, then you had COVID right after that. So it seems like 2018, 2019, he was suffering some sort of mental break or some like early onset of the symptoms later on. And then 2020 to 2022, he was probably completely isolated in his own little fantasy world.
I'm wondering what
I think it's tragic. I think it's tragic all the way around.
I'm wondering what specifically, like what the breaking point was for him where he decides to do this now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously this person's very disturbed and things don't make sense to them. So it could just be, he just woke up one day and decided this is what he was going to do. But I'm wondering if there was a specific event that just pushed him over the edge.
So I'm not sure of the validity of this, but I did see some posts floating around that were allegedly from his mom in the couple days prior to the incident, which was basically her venting into the void about her son.
I thought that was the Michigan situation.
Same, yeah. I think it was the same.
Well, wait, are
No,
you talking about the Michigan shooter, or
I
are you
think that was the
confusing the
Michigan
two?
shooter.
Because I have those
I'm-
pulled up for the Michigan shooter.
I'm going to
Which, because
check right now.
we have another situation like literally within 24 hours, very
less than
similar.
24 hours, yeah.
Yeah, a very
these
similar
two-
situation. Yeah.
These two shootings almost blended together for me, and I was kind of getting my stories crisscrossed when I was doing like research on it. I'm like,
Same.
They
What
seem
got
very
me was
similar.
the two different names. It was the two names that got me.
Well, right, because Nigel Edge is his changed name. His real name is Sean de Beauvois, but because he believes that his parents are schizophrenic or are like CIA pedo plants, right? Not his real parents. He changed his name legally to Nigel Edge. So,
Damn.
yeah. Yeah, but absolutely tragic. Absolutely tragic that this young man who went out to serve his country ended up, committing this atrocity. Just absolutely tragic.
Yeah.
No, I think, I don't even know what the societal solution to this sort of thing is, because, obviously his friend was advocating for some sort of state intervention, which obviously in the short term would have fixed this situation or stopped this situation if he had been admitted to some sort of mental hospital. But if we're going to go down that pipeline, there's a lot of people, as we've seen lately, who should not be walking around on the streets, whether it be criminals, whether it be psychopaths, whether it be, schizos or whatnot that are exhibiting this type of behavior. But to be quite honest, if that one guy can commit 14 felonies and be walking around, why can't this guy for being a little schizo? Like, who's to say in this society that he can't be walking around?
I think we're cooked. I think we just have so many of these fucking people walking around that there's nothing we can do. I don't know. How do you know? Especially with all these shootings going on right now, like there's going to be more. What is this? A 24-hour period? We have two shootings that are so closely alike that we're mixing up the fucking people.
Yeah.
I think that goes for both sides. I think I don't know, man. I don't want to be a black pill kind of guy, but we got some nuts craziness coming to the U.S. and quickly. With what we're seeing right now. That's just my opinion, though.
My thought on this is that the best way to prevent this would be obviously cutting back on needless wars, right? Wars we don't need to be in.
Yeah, maybe that could have prevented this in the first place.
Yeah. And then keeping up on these people, making sure they're taken care of after the fact, not just here's some money every month and a bunch of pills. Actually put a little bit of thought, a little bit of time into it and take care of them.
If you look at the suicide, sorry, go ahead.
Especially if you know that they have had some kind of traumatic brain injury. Why do we not keep track of that? It doesn't make sense.
The suicide rates after Iraq and Afghanistan were magnitudes higher than the actual amount of deaths that U.S. soldiers had in those wars. I think it's after the first few years, it was 10 times the death rate that we had in Afghanistan just from suicides. And it's when your soldiers are killing themselves at 10 times the rate that your enemies are, there's a societal problem.
100%.
Yeah.
It's I'm not a veteran, right? But I have never talked to a veteran that has not mentioned another veteran committing suicide that they know. I've never talked to someone who does not know a buddy that didn't commit suicide, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, so going back, I looked, and it seems the screenshot that I seen floating around was of the one from Michigan, not the one from South Carolina.
Yeah, I have that pulled up. We'll get to that in just a second. But apparently, this was trending and somebody wanted me to click on it. But apparently, the government's going to shut down tomorrow, which would be cool.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
so
no.
anyway, my VA disability money. No.
Wait, actually, no. Actually, half my donators are on VA disability. No, wait, no, we need it open. We need it open.
It's kind of funny because this happens a lot, and it seems like people just forget about it, and then every time it happens, they're like, "The government can't shut down. This is unprecedented." And it's like, dude, this happened last year and the year before.
Yeah, it happens every year.
I don't think it's really the end of the world.
Mhm.
And I don't even think that really affects those kind of. Oh, maybe it does. I don't know.
I hope.
Well, going back to the societal issue for just a second. I mean, we've seen the rhetoric on the left and right is at an all-time high, like for sure. The country is more divided than it's ever been. And with these schizos walking around, whether it's Tyler Robinson or that demon church shooter, tranny weirdo, or people like, Nigel Edge or the shooter we're about to talk about in just a minute, like the rhetoric and temperature is so high that things like this are just going to keep happening probably more and more often unless something changes.
It's going to be like Bleeding Kansas, but with like mass psychosis and age of information. More and more people are going to know these things happen and they're going to act out on it. So,
yeah, furries on rooftops with Mausers.
I feel like I should know the reference of Bleeding Kansas, but
it was like series of conflicts that happened before the actual Civil War happened. I think it was 19. I don't want to get the year wrong. Sound retarded. That was like 1862.
Yeah, 1962.
Don't
Civil
want to
War.
get the date wrong.
1962. Yeah, my bad. 18.
No,
you know what I mean?
I mean, 1960s.
No, you're thinking about the Civil Rights
of,
Act, not the Civil War. The Civil Rights Act. Okay, you
there's
just
a lot
changed
of
it up a little
crazy
bit.
stuff happening in the 1960s.
Was it 1850s? Okay.
Yeah,
maybe
Civil War was
1850s.
1850s. That's around when it concluded.
Civil War was 1860s. What are you guys on about?
No. The Civil War was 1860s. I was thinking about Bleeding Kansas. I don't remember how.
Yeah, that was before. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Bucky says 1850s.
Yeah.
For Bleeding Kansas.
What does Bucky know about psyops?
Probably a lot.
Oh no, it was 61 to 65, according to Google.
That was the actual Civil War, but not Bleeding Kansas.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Yeah.
Shut up, Moon Man.
Right. Gosh dang it. Mitchell Black for $5 calls me a slut. All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Mitchell Black. I appreciate it. Well, he's true to his word.
He
true
said
to his
that
word.
right after you
did the anime
horrible,
voice.
yes.
Oh, Vintage, you haven't heard the anime voice, have you?
Oh yeah, he did. I think he heard it.
Fucking
you were
one.
here. You were here for it. Yeah, of course. You know you like him.
Don't moan like that, Jake. Damn.
I didn't do that. That was not me.
It was totally Jake.
Gas station boner pill vet for Loco for 2 says Nick Shirley saved by DHS sniper in Portland. What? Did I miss this? Is this another like shooting where somebody?
When was that? That was 45 minutes ago. What were we talking about then?
Nick Shirley saved by DHS sniper. They actually do their job for once.
They must not have been on a rooftop.
Are we deployed in Portland? Is the National Guard deployed out in Portland, or is that?
I think you're right.
Until I see
yeah. So
nuking shit, they're not.
Yeah, so this was yesterday. There were Antifa were down in Portland threatening to kill Nick Shirley, who's a reporter down there, and the DHS snipers that were there like allegedly lit him up with like the laser like designators, and he backed off. The people that were threatening to kill this guy, which is cool, right? I mean, actually, do I have video of it? Oh, I do have video of it. Actually, let me pull this up real fast.
Yeah, I would have preferred kinetics versus lasers, but you know.
Hey, I didn't do anything. Hey, get the fuck out. You get out of here. Don't try to hit me.
Get out of here.
Well, I have
get
no.
Out of here. Don't come back.
Get away from me.
You again?
Get away from me, sir.
Get the
Where are you? You're pushing me onto the road.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me move. Let me get out. If you're gonna let me get out.
Fucking walk.
Hey, sir, stop it.
Fucking walk.
Stop.
Walk, motherfucker.
What are you doing? Why are you so mad? I didn't do anything.
You did.
What did I do?
Walk.
I haven't done anything.
Walk, motherfucker. Do not come back.
Watch out.
You come back, I'm gonna fucking smoke you, dude.
Really?
Yes, really. I'm
Why?
gonna
There's
smash
a threat
that
to murder.
fucking camera.
Perfect.
Stop it. Stop. Sir, stop it.
Stop sticking your camera.
Okay, I do have to say though, I don't know
fucking
who this guy
murder
is.
this twink. I am so sick of these fucking people. Okay, I don't fuck.
But this
dude.
this guy's here by himself, filming with a camera with arms that are thinner than this can of Bang. All right, yeah, you're a soft target there, bro. You don't have security. You don't have buddies around you. Like, yeah, you're walking into a mob of people that hate you. Like this, as much as, yeah, this guy needs to be taken
He's
out.
retarded for being in that scenario,
Yeah.
but these fucking people need to be thrown in camps. I'm so fucking done with them.
I do love how it's.
Well, and yeah, he threatened to murder him
proving-
right there.
It's
He did,
basically
yeah.
proving the point that this is a justified thing.
Well,
is
that guy committed a big fat felony by threatening to kill him in a
I have the right to be here.
Bro.
Okay, did I say?
I have the right to be here. I have the right to film. You have DHS watching you right there, lasered on you.
Oh, whoa, all right.
Yeah,
Bro, yeah, dog, that's hilarious.
You have a sniper lasered on you right now.
I don't give a fuck.
Stop it.
That is sick,
yeah,
actually.
he does,
I've
dude.
never seen them. I have never seen them do that.
I didn't do
before.
anything
That's
wrong.
actually sick.
You have a sniper on you right now. You have a sniper on you right now.
That is actually amazing.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Whoever did
That's
that,
dope.
they need a medal. So that guy is the hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's their job, to sit up there on whatever that building is and like monitor the crowd, because those guys are wackos and they see them harassing somebody recording and
No,
they're
these
like,
people-
we better help this guy out.
He should have been on the radio immediately and been in contact with a guy on the ground and said, "I'm painting him now. Pick him up."
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
snatch and
honestly,
grab
yeah.
game.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
True.
That could have been what they are doing, and we're just
Like
assuming
literally
it's a sniper.
designating the target. Yeah.
But who knows?
That is actually cool. It's like, all right, designate the target, and then you have a black van just show up next to him and drag him inside, and then pull off.
That's
probably
be effective.
that's probably the. Go ahead.
That would be extremely effective to quell the issues, right? You
Yeah.
see a green dot show up on your chest, and next thing you know, you're black bagged in a van.
Well,
That's
you guys have seen them like when they actually come out of like wherever building that they're held up in, the DHS agents or the ICE agents, right? And they come out and they enforce and they grab one guy and just drag him back in. Have you guys seen those videos?
Oh yeah.
I prefer the one where they grab like a land whale and throw her across the parking lot on her ass.
I saw that. She got destroyed. She deserved it, but she got destroyed.
I mean, she had plenty of area to fall on. She'll be okay.
That's probably
Hmm.
the coolest application of a vis laser I've ever seen.
Well, that's what
Yeah, it was the
they're
most
for. They're for
obvious
zeroing
one.
and designating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was just the most obvious one you could see. I struggle with the Christ-like part of myself or the Christ-following part of myself because I think these people need to be ground up into human goo and used to lubricate heavy machinery. I'm so fucking
Vintages.
sick of these people.
You're
so fucking
along,
sick.
You're along.
Yeah, you
along
can
those
see, you
lines.
can literally see the red laser just sitting on him.
Yeah, the
There's
red
two
one,
lasers.
which is the
Yeah, I
green.
think
Yeah,
the
well,
red
yeah,
laser
there's two guys up top. There's green and red. The red one is blinking. The green one seems like it's actually off on our device.
I wonder if that is what they were doing. If they're doing that tactic of designating people and then ripping them off the street.
Well, because it
If
seems like
not-
there's a parking garage underneath and they're by a street. So if they had a team in a van ready to go, they'd be like, listen, get the guy that's being designated right now. Like, maybe.
What a message it would have sent if they did take that guy out though.
Well,
Yeah, right.
what a perfect setup
no.
too. What a perfect setup if they black back him instantly, throw him in the back of a van, and they have the footage of him threatening to murder this guy. Like just
But you know
just
how that
done
would
and
be cut
dusted
up,
right there.
though. Like
Does-
that wouldn't come out. It would be this back and forth of
No.
fucking cutting the clips or whatever. Like,
Does
they
he?
would never.
Does he look at the camera while he's pointing at the laser? Because that'd be a perfect soy jack.
Yeah, actually it would.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah, so
call.
he starts designating him like back here, and then he notices right there. Oh, he's flashing
there's
with a white
flash,
light.
yeah.
Yeah, right there. Right there, actually.
yeah.
Look at the
They're
camera.
trying to get their attention.
Look at the camera. Do it for us.
Yeah,
He doesn't need to look at the camera for us to soy
Yeah,
jack this, fellas. We can do this.
Yeah, they notice him. They absolutely
It
have
probably
him
already
pegged.
exists. There's no way this doesn't exist yet.
Get on it, Bucky. Make a
Yeah,
soy
hurry
jack.
up, Bucky.
Need that soy jack. Well, I like how his buddies are like, bro, you are like a target now. Like, you need to get out of here. Like, listen, Twink man, like, you're not going to enjoy prison.
Well, I think too,
Well,
right?
he might.
If you look, I don't know the name
Yeah.
of the guy who's being molested in this situation.
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley. I'm
Shirley.
not familiar with him. Maybe he's a reporter or whatnot. But yeah, okay. If you're recording protests with no security, with a camera and you're obviously not part of the protest, like you're a target. Like you should not do this.
I think he's trying to be low profile, but the fact is like they know who probably he is, or they know he's not one of them. But you can tell, like he's totally compliant with doing what this dude is threatening. He's like, all right, I'm leaving. Like I'll go. I'll get out of here. And this dude
So
is
it's
just on him.
Yeah, he.
It
walked
seems like
3
this is
different
something he
directions.
does. He has nearly 200,000 followers, so he's a relatively large account.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's known for doing it. This is his thing that he does. So yeah, I mean, as I'm like, well, this is kind of brave, kind of stupid. Like you are eventually one of these people is going to hit you over the head with a bike lock, right? You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Back in the 2016 Antifa protest where somebody bike locked a professor or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but he's got like the right to be there, whatever. Just because
He does, 100%. He has the right to be there. Yeah, for
A
sure.
pack of homosexuals are there doesn't mean he can't be there. I'm fucking, I don't know, can't stand this shit
It does
anymore.
make your blood boil.
No, it's ridiculous.
100%.
I think Vintage feels a lot of the same way I do, in that we wish that green dot was turned into pink mist.
Just to imagine you're arguing with a guy like, hey, you need to back off. Like they're hitting you with a laser right now, and he's like, you
And
need
then
to back off. You
suddenly
need to
he
back off, and then he
disappears
just
from the nose up.
drops.
You could tell that he didn't even know what he was saying. He was just like, yeah, I know. And then his buddies came up and they're like, no, dude, like check
Like,
your
this is a
fucking
problem,
left.
dog.
Check your fucking left. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Ridiculous for 5 says also AK comps are the shit. Do you go to Kalash Bash or Red October and collab with Clayco and Brandon Herrera? You want to. Even a wild grand thumb. No, dude. I just imagine the smell of Kalash Bash and Red October. Okay, that alone is enough to keep me away.
I'm honestly afraid of getting shot by like a troon or something.
There-
If I were to go. I've been
Listen,
invited a couple times.
AK people are weird. Like there is something about commie milsurp, which is what AKs are, that these people just gravitate towards. Whether it's an SKS, a Mauser, or an AK, like these people just flock to this area.
Are they still doing that with how expensive AKs have become? Or are they doing
Well,
like
it's
the
hipster
most-
now.
but they're shooting
It's
them in
hipster
5.56.
now. Yeah.
I just wonder if they can afford it.
You should invite
Apparently.
Yeezy. Invite Yeezy Prince. We'll meet up. We'll meet up with
Well,
Yeezy.
Yeezy Prince does run an AK, bro.
I'm sure he does.
Well, I mean Waddle and AK. That's offensive to people of size.
Waddle and AK.
Robert Kinley for 2 says, as always, thank you for your service, Mr. Focus. Thank you, Robert. Hope you're having a good night. Robert for 2 says, can you ask Vintage to call me gay, Mr. Focus?
Robert, you're gay. Robert, you specifically, Robert, you are gay, a homosexual, a faggot. Is
Based.
that all right? All right.
That's perfect. Moonman for 5 says, what did I miss? I don't get out of bed until the stream starts. Whatever this is, I didn't glow this weekend, so I didn't do it. Well, I mean, unless your budget got boosted. I mean, the first guy was using, again, a short-barreled AR, folding stock, suppressor scope, which is a much more, unfortunately, a much more effective tool than what a lot of these guys use. Thank you, Moonman. Mitchell Black for 5 says, Vintage, if this is you, then you better lower the bass in your tone before you come on stream. I don't know what he means by that.
I don't know, but it's a shrimp, so I have to assume it's funny. And whatever it is,
yeah.
it made me laugh.
Mitchell Black for 2 says, speak for yourself, Richard.
I always do.
Yeah. Moonman for 5 says, I don't believe in red flag laws. I do, however, believe in institutionalizing forever without a trial. I am a moderate. Well, wait, isn't red flag laws and institutionalizing forever without a trial the same thing, basically? It's like, all right, you're a little too silly for society. You go in the padded room. Kind of the same thing. I need that clip of that one VTuber going, I got too silly again. I got too silly.
The padded room is where you find the best wife material. Ain't that right?
That's right.
Vintage?
Grippy socks, grippy box. The Lightspore says Candace is in the top 10 Nigers out there. Vintage is definitely higher, though. Also, Moonman, I have TBI. Hook me up with a DDM4 and I'll do thy bidding. All right, Lightspore, thank you for that. Genosian says, finally tuning in, Wave Tops. I assume it's about all the shit that went down over the weekend. Yes. Yes, indeed, unfortunately. Thank you, Genosian. Moonman for 5 says, honestly, this Pickler character, she sounds sus. Get her on the stream to defend herself. Well, apparently she has like 1 million followers on X, so she's still
Send her
like
a DM.
somewhat. Yeah, I'll send her a DM. I'll be like, hey, you want to come on and discuss this Schizo, that you took to the CMT Awards in 2012?
I'll shoot her an email from a random Gmail account. I'm sure she'll
Make sure you
respond.
use that PFP. Richard, make sure you use that PFP on your email.
I will.
Let's get Deseret to send her a DM. That might work a little better.
Get him to send her a voice message.
You got a bully Desert Rat on Maine, man. Nobody knows who he is.
We love Deseret, okay? We love him.
Desert Rat's biggest fan, Mitchell Black for 2, says, chat, is this a reasonable crash out? No, unfortunately not. See, now, if he didn't commit the murders, this would actually be a somewhat, in a weird way, like an entertaining, like, oh, this guy's going wacky, and, it's sad because he was a vet and this terrible thing happened to him, but it's just completely tragic now. And he's going to spend the rest of his life in a cell.
Oh, wait,
Thank you, Mitchell Black. No, he got arrested. So he is still alive. He is going before a judge tomorrow.
It's the other shooting that the dude's.
Yes, the other dude got killed. The other shooting.
He gets right with the Lord while he's in prison. Hopefully.
Yeah, because I don't know if North Carolina still has a death penalty, but
South Carolina. And
no, I think wasn't it North Carolina, or am I crazy? Focus Trip's husband for 2 says, "My king, when will you come upstairs?" Listen, whenever your new pants drop, Mr. Botkin, which was actually a bad phrase. It was a very bad phrasing that I said there, but thank you, Focus Trip's husband.
You
put yourself in that.
Moonman for 5 says he was being targeted by the gangster communist worldwide police state with Frankenstein controls by Niger X, which is my favorite company. Communist one world government. Yep, totally. Thank you, Moonman.
Called it.
Mitchell Black for 2 says, get Axe on the stream. No, I know what Axe is going to say. We've talked to Axe about this before. And I totally understand Axe's position as somebody who's actually been there, done that, and probably has firsthand knowledge of some of the effects that this can have on a man, right? It's tragic. Mitchell Black for 2 says he's literally me. Mitchell Black going after Jake says, Jake, I've got Bibi Netanyahu on the phone. He personally wants to thank you for being his top guy and Israel's greatest defender. How do you have an Israeli patch on your hat,
I didn't
bro?
even see that, dude.
You are not beating the allegations anytime soon, dog. You're the IDF's strongest, or you're Mossad's strongest agent.
You and PSI working together, huh?
Yeah.
I can see it.
Jake's
Derek
180. Really?
Yeah, damn. All right.
A black guy from Dexter's in my head right now.
I thought my Discord was the heckin' anti-Semitic one. Gosh dang it. Oh.
What now, PSI?
Yeah, that's right. Sabardic Psycho for 5 says, what's the KD? Oh no. What's the KD ratio for mass shootings with Marines versus other branches? I bet Marines is the highest. Get wrecked, Army queers. You know what? That is tragic, but I believe you are correct. I believe
he's true. I think that's right.
I believe you are correct. Yes. Wasn't it one of the forts, Fort Bragg or something? There was a shooting on it where the guy missed everybody. He injured one person or something like that. Or the only person injured in the shooting was somebody who was trying to help, got shot by somebody trying to stop the shooter. So somebody mistakenly shot a guy.
Was this the one that was the gay lovers quarrel?
Yeah, I believe it was the gay lovers quarrel. Yeah, where the only casualty was the man himself, and the only person that got injured was somebody trying to stop the gay lovers quarrel, but he got shot by the MPs responding to the shooting accidentally. So that's kind of awkward.
MPs did something. Let's go.
Yeah, they
the wrong guy. Modern Frontier Project 5 says the society solution is to take away boats. That's right. Total boat. We need to take away the assault boats from prior Marines, take away their ability to conduct amphibious operations.
So true.
Well, the thing that is actually kind of scary about that shooting specifically is that he actually had an exit plan, like a pretty decent exit plan too. Like unless there's.
I just appreciate Vintage turning to cough directly into the mic that's attached to his head. It was great. I'm sorry.
Well, no, but I mean, like this guy actually had like an exit plan. Most of these guys like end up killing themselves, right? That's how they get out of the situation. But this guy committed the attack, 30 seconds a minute, and then just drove away on his boat, right? So unless there was like a Coast Guard boat right there at the time of his shooting, like he's not going to get picked up till later on, right? So he actually had a real exit plan. Dr. Fuzzy for 2 says, if only we cared for vets like we cared for Israel.
So true.
Yeah, I figure if we give them like however many billions of dollars a year, I feel like that's why I don't care about like quote unquote disability abuse by veterans. Like, listen, it's funny money going to funny places. Like, who cares? Who cares? Give it all to vets. Thank you, Mitzvot. Sorry. Shoot, I just lost it. Gosh dang it, I'm an idiot.
I read it was Mitz.
I have vet friends.
Sewer-
They know
sewer
lots
slides.
of. Oh, hold on. Sorry. God damn it.
Mhm.
Hey, I lost it.
Okay, my bad. I apologize. I can get to it. Just give me 1 second.
I have that.
Team
God damn
America
it.
overlay.
Yeah. Well, Sabardic Psycho keeps sending me gifts that I need to use, and so I'm just gonna use the gifts that he recommends me. But
What
I can get
gifts
to
are
it real
you
fast.
talking about? What do you
The
mean?
gifts for the Ko-Fi donations when they pop through, because they don't pop up on screen. I have a gift play for them. But I will get to. Mitzvot says, I have vet friends. They know lots of sewer slides. Yeah, it's very tragic. Bert for 5 says, everything is a psyop, even if it's not ended up helping. Even if it's not, it ended up helping me focus, no pun intended, on living a decent life, being a well-rounded, decent person. Yeah. Thank you, Bert. Chud for 2 says, sorry for being late. Vinches, 2800 for a M1903A4. Oh no, not the Milsurp talk.
I'll answer his question. For an A4, 2800, like a legit A4, if you can figure out whether or not it's legit, I mean, lowball them, but I've seen them go for more. So
2800, not a bad price for an M1903A4.
if it's legit,
Right. Penny with Mr. Cat saying, who won the 4-for-4 challenge? Well, I think you won, Hawkeye. Come on. We know who's asking these questions. Come on. Thank you, Penny. Minto Black for 2 says, Jake hella zesty tonight.
That
Indeed.
wasn't me. That was
He's
not
getting a little
me.
wacky.
That was Vintage who did the moan. It wasn't me.
Moonman for 2 says, I am so vintage pilled, millions dead. Yeah, it's no longer black pilled, it's vintage pilled. Thank you, Moonman. Moonman for 2 says, everything Vintage is saying is making me so hard. All right. Thank you, Moonman. Central Sands for 5 says, this is why I have a laser on my bolt gun. Mark people or points of concern. Yeah, and I've heard that that's like the reason to have a vis laser, right? Is if you're designating something for somebody else. Thank you, Central Sands. Moonman for 5 says, McVeigh, my first Oshi, was Army Infantry, and Def has the best KD ratio at Sabardic Psycho.
Ooh.
Yeah?
Does
it?
it?
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
isn't it, what was the death count in the bombing? 50, 100? Like a lot? A lot? Yeah, he might be right. Gas Station Boner Pill Vet, 4 Local Enjoyer, says, I just sent you a comedy clip on X about camps. Well, I'm not sure if comedy clips. I will take a look at that. I don't know if I can play that on stream if that's copyrighted or not. It's also 2 minutes long, which we're already running at 2 hours and we haven't even gotten to the second shooting yet. But thank you very much for that, sir. And Zany Co becomes a new member. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
On Ko-Fi. On Ko-Fi, Fresh Pinochet says, Francis Dex, copy pasta is killing me. Like the mask right now. These deadly gangsters, the judges and the police, trick, trap, rob, wreck, butcher, and murder the people to keep them in Frankenstein, earphone, radio slavery for the communist gangster government. Dang it, Moonman. Oh, is that copy pasta that Moonman had me read the other day? That was pretty good.
Yeah, Francis
Yeah,
Deck has like a little 3-minute diatribe that he goes on.
Very nice. All right. Well, from one tragedy to another, this happened yesterday morning at a LDS church, just I think 20 miles outside of Detroit. I want to say 20 miles north of Detroit, where a man. Now some people are claiming that this shirt was Photoshop. This picture was actually taken in 2019. So this is not Photoshopped. This Trump 2020 shirt, liberals cry again. It does seem like it was a fairly generic Republican. I don't know, you can call him right wing or whatnot. But for a little bit of backstory, so at about 10 o'clock in the morning, this man drives his truck through the wall at a LDS church, so a Mormon church, again, just outside of Detroit, gets out of his car, pours gasoline everywhere that he can, starts shooting people, and then sets the church on fire with people still inside of it. Now, originally people thought that this might have been like a quote unquote hate crime against like Mormons or Christians generically, regardless of whether or not you think Mormons are Christians. To the normie, they'll consider Mormons Christians. And we have the video of the actual church set ablaze.
On Sunday morning, a madman killed at least 4 people and wounded 8 others at a Michigan Latter-day Saints church. The horror started around 10:30 a.m. when he rammed his Chevy Silverado truck into the building, where hundreds of worshipers had gathered for a Sunday service in Grand Blanc Township. The killer's vehicle had 2 large American flags behind the cab and a set of deer antlers attached to the bumper. He then got out and opened fire with an assault rifle on the congregation and set the church ablaze, causing the entire structure to burn down. So what do we know about the sicko who did this? The suspect's name is Thomas Jacob Sanford from nearby Burton, Michigan. He was a 40-year-old Iraq War veteran who served in the U.S.
Exact same age, served at the exact same time. Completely different reasons, right? This man was actually... we have some motivation. None of it's really confirmed yet. But allegedly, he had some sort of domestic situation between his wife and children. The local LDS church helped to facilitate his wife and children kind of getting away from him, right? And so then he decided to take revenge on the church that, in his mind, took away his wife and kids, right?
So this is like coincidental timing, basically.
Well, right. That's kind of the story that we see right now. Now, I do want to say, like, right, I'm not Mormon. I don't consider Mormons part of Christendom as a whole, right? Because they have very wacky beliefs, believing in Christ and God and all of that sort of stuff. So putting all of that stuff aside, though, they were absolutely doing the right thing if the story is to believe that this man was abusing his wife and kids, if there was something going on there where they were unsafe, and they helped to take this woman and her kids out of that bad situation. Like, they were ostensibly doing the right thing, at least with the information that we know now, right? It could come out that, well, she was lying about it and she accused him of things, and then they took his kids and he had never done anything wrong, and then he snapped because, listen, all right, there is an angle here where if somebody took my kids away based on a lie, like the things I would be willing to do for those kids to get them back, or what I would do in anger, like I would hope that I wouldn't resort to something like this, but I can understand it, right? Especially if it's based off of a lie.
It's at least a motive.
I also heard that while he was part of the Mormon congregation, they had him, and I don't know how true this is, but I heard that they made him remove a lot of his tattoos that he got when he was in the military, and that he did a lot of things personally to conform to them. Mm-hmm. And so then for this to still continue, I don't know. I heard the same thing about like the wife and kids, but I don't know the specific details about what was actually going on in their marriage.
Correct. I mean, Around the Fire says that she was apparently with someone romantically from the church, so the separation was probably a bit of time ago. Oh, okay. Either way, it seems like there's a very strange dynamic between him, his wife, his kids, and this church, right? So imagine like this church, quote unquote, congregation, like helping take his wife and kids away from him. And then she's with somebody else from that congregation, right? And this drives this man to, take vengeance, basically, because he feels wronged by this congregation specifically.
Yeah, but I mean, I get the sympathetic angle, but at the end of the day, if he got his kids taken away from him by the church, he went in there and took people's kids away from them, right? He went in there.
Oh, no. What he did was absolutely horrifying and awful and evil, because fortunately, he shot a 6-year-old kid in the back. Yeah. Fortunately, the child fortunately survived. But 2 people were murdered by gunshots, and 2 more were not able to escape the fire. I believe the victim's age range is quite literally from 6 to 78 years old. Were the victims of this man.
So people like burned to death because of this guy?
People were not able to escape because people were hiding. people were hiding from him because they didn't know like where he was. So instead of exiting the building, the fire just spread. And then by the time that they figured out that he wasn't there anymore, they couldn't get out, or they got trapped, or, you know, he drove through a wall. So just panic and all sorts of other tragedy. I mean, this, I want to be very clear. I'm not sympathetic at all to what this man did, right? Not 0% sympathetic to anything that this man did, right? At all. But I'm only saying that I could see why he would feel wrong, right? As a man. Well, like, just for instance, I'll put another hypothetical like that. Like if CPS came to take my kids away because like my neighbor lied about some sort of altercation, like, would I actually let CPS like take my children away from me? Like, you know, crazy situation to be in, right? This is not what happened here, though. Then what he did was just pure evil.
Yeah. And I heard about this while I was sitting in church. I have a daughter that is the same age as the victim you just brought up. And I don't know. It seems like almost every week you hear about something happening, not to this scale with, you know, the building being burned down, but
well,
it is,
I mean,
it's
to
horrible.
the scale, churches getting attacked and having shooters come into them, or attack. It's all
It seems like it's
of
a
all Christian
weekly-
denominations.
It seems like it's a weekly event, you know, and honestly, it's a horrible thing. But honestly, guys, if you go to church, which you should be going to church, you should also be carrying a gun.
Correct.
While you're at church.
100%.
So
Because,
I had heard multiple stories from this. So the first story that I had heard was that police engaged the shooter after they arrived and killed him. But I had also heard reports from other people that allegedly had family there that church members engaged and killed him. So I have not heard that confirmed one way or the other, whether it was church members themselves who stopped the shooter, or it was police arriving on the scene later who stopped the shooter. I don't know exactly how that has happened.
I had heard that, and this is all just hearsay, obviously, but I had heard that one of the members did engage him, but I guess he was also shot.
I heard that too. Is that there was a church member who was trying to, engage in a gunfight with him, and that he shot that individual. Was it an officer around the fire scene?
A lot of times
around the fire, not to dox him, but around the fire is like local to that area, and I believe he has family and people that are like closer to the situation.
So was it an officer responding to it, or was it there an officer on site when
I believe the officer probably took the fatal shot, but he might have been engaged by other members as well, which is why he was outside of the church at the time. I'm not sure about that, because there are pictures of his that you can find of his body outside in the parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah. It's also
Marines,
perfectly
a face-
possible that there's officers that attend the church and were armed.
That too as well,
That's
right.
Pretty common.
Facebook post by Sanford's mother says the gunman served in Iraq from 2004 to 2008. According to Fox News, he worked as an organizational automotive mechanic and vehicle recovery operator who earned a number of awards for his service and achieved the rank of sergeant. Social media accounts believed to be connected to Sanford reveal he was a family man with a wife and a young son. Pictures posted on Facebook show the family smiling, posing in the beds of pickup trucks, or in a field of tall sunflowers. A dormant GoFundMe page from 2015 raised more than $3,000 for the couple's now 10-year-old son, who was born with congenital hyperinsulinism, or CHI, a rare genetic condition in which the pancreas
Federal and local authorities urgently investigating the mass shooting and fire that engulfed the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Sunday in Grand Blanc, Michigan.
We have an active shooter at the church, and PD's on scene saying the building is also on fire.
Investigators say 4 people were killed and at least 8 others injured.
I can confirm at this time that the FBI is now leading the investigation and is investigating this as an act of targeted violence.
Authorities say the suspect, a 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford, rammed this pickup truck through the church's front doors. Then, armed with an assault rifle, opened fire at hundreds of congregants packed inside for Sunday services.
We got children inside too.
The first calls to 911 at 10:25 a.m.
Yeah, shit. Can't get the
Just
stream
saw
taken
a
down.
guy with a gun, and he started opening fire at everybody.
Paul Kirby ran outside after hearing a loud boom.
I'm sure it'll hit me later tonight just how close I was to possibly dying. Once I got with my family, gave them a big hug, and just the fear of losing them was extremely difficult.
One survivor, still in his blood-stained shirt, telling our ABC affiliate WXYZ the suspect was wearing camouflage and shot at his car as he tried to flee.
He pointed his gun at our car and fired 3 shots. 2 of them went through our windshield and just missed me, and luckily everybody else.
Police say the suspect also set the building on fire.
So he was like shooting at people trying to flee the scene after he had shot people inside, set the building on fire. So shooting at a family driving away.
Plumes of black smoke filling the sky. And investigators say they located suspected explosive devices linked to the suspect as well. Teams working to safely clear the heavily damaged building.
We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure.
The terror lasting an agonizing 8 minutes until authorities shot and killed the gunman, who officials say was a former Marine and an Iraq War veteran. A spokesperson for the LDS Church telling ABC News places of worship are meant to be sanctuaries of peacemaking, prayer, and connection. We pray for peace and healing for all involved.
Our church is gone. I joined the church 38 years ago. To see somebody would do this to my church.
And all this comes at an already difficult time for the church. Their president, Russell Nelson, died on Saturday. He was 101 years old. The church members believe he was also a prophet.
Right. So that's talking about the Mormon church. They have their not pope, but their leader, their president is also called a prophet because they believe in like living apostles. This is another one of their kind of wacky beliefs. Is they believe in living apostles that's handed down, from I guess Joseph Smith, because there would be a broken line with Mormonism versus like Catholicism or Orthodoxy or something like that. Oh, now this is the post that Richard was referencing earlier from allegedly the shooter's mother. Is that right, Richard? So this is people lack account. This is from Brenda Walter Sanford. People lack accountability, then said you could have talked to me. No, I couldn't. You don't listen. You deflect. You twist everything into attack and then play the victim. Conversations with you aren't healing. They're exhausting, draining, and emotionally suffocating. Every time I try to speak, it feels like walking through a maze of blame where my words are used against me, my intentions questioned, and my emotions invalidated. I end up questioning myself, doubting my own perceptions, just because nothing I say... Just because nothing I say lands without being turned into some justification for your behavior. I spent too long bending, softening, and framing my words to fit the narrative you want, hoping for connection, for understanding, for a simple acknowledgement of reality, but it never comes. Instead, there's defensiveness, twisting, and manipulation, all while you act like the wronged party, and honestly, I can't, and I won't, invest my emotional energy in someone who consistently prioritizes winning over understanding, control over empathy, and excuses over responsibility. I don't owe my peace to someone who shows up only to argue, to gaslight, to manipulate, and then claim victimhood when the consequences of their actions are pointed out. My time, my energy, my clarity, and my emotional well-being are precious, and I'm done sacrificing them for someone who refuses to engage honestly. I will protect my calm, my boundaries, and my truth, whatever that means, even if it means walking away from the illusion of connection you so desperately cling to, but never truly embody.
Who the fuck is this?
I believe that's the shooter's mother.
If that's the shooter's mother,
yeah,
she sounds like a fucking TikTok dating coach. And,
yeah.
No wonder. Well, I'm not going to put that evil on her, but I can understand a little bit of, she sounds fucked up.
I know a lot of women that talk like this, and it is very, very cringe.
It's very gaslighty. It's very,
yeah.
I mean, maybe she's telling the truth, but I need to protect my peace. Like my
truth
inclination about you is you're also fucked in the head.
Well, considering he's 40 years old, his mother is almost certainly a boomer. So I mean, this does sound very boomer coded, very like selfish, for lack of a better term. Therapy.
Well, then there's also the hyphenated names is like another, like a
right.
Weird, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, if there was a separation or something like that, it could have been a very, very rough time. So let me see here. So all the victims accounted for mass shooting after gunmen opened fire. 4 people were killed. Thomas Jacob Sanford drove his truck into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan on Sunday morning. Besides ourselves, that's from his family. Yeah, she lived with her name. Joy. Yeah, 8 others ranging in age from 6 to 76 were admitted to Henry Ford Genesis Hospital, including one who died on the operating room, which is absolutely tragic. The 6-year-old child treated at the hospital for a bullet wound was stabilized and transferred to another hospital. I'm trying to find where it says anything about the motive here. 101 more. Iraq veteran, epidemic violence. Okay, so that one there doesn't have anything according to the motive. This one, I believe, has some allegations.
Hello, everyone. I'm talking to Chris right now, and you contacted me a short time ago. Pretty distraught because actually, earlier today, you came to the realization that you say that you talked to the person who did this horrible thing in Grambling Township.
I did last week. It was Wednesday or Thursday. I'm running for city council and I'm canvassing, and I had an address on my map that I went to, and I came across a gentleman. He was very friendly, and he had interacted positively with me, and we got out of the vehicle. We started just to talk, and after a short while, the conversation went to the Church of Latter-day Saints, Mormonism, and he just made the position multiple times that Mormons are the Antichrist. And he, in not so many terms, said that several times. He gave me his background, but I just walked away from a person who had some very sharp views about Mormons.
Yeah, so you were just out campaigning for the election in November coming up, I'm assuming?
That is correct.
And so you're just shaking hands, looking to meet people. You come across his door. Have you matched it up? Is it the address the same as this person? Have you looked?
It is, yes. I mean, it is not only it's the address, but it's also the person that I spoke with. I have a friend in Utah who is involved with the LDS Church. I sent him a voice message saying I had a conversation with a person who had very sharp views, and it's just like you come across a lot of different people while you campaign.
Yeah.
And I shared this with him on Friday, and then we had our Sunday dinner, and I ended up seeing a photo. That was the exact guy I spoke to last week.
So you saw the guy, and I'm not the shooter. You saw his picture on the news or on social media, and what was your first reaction?
Shock. I mean, to have just interacted with him.
Right. So he allegedly.
I can't handle this guy's expressions at all.
No, it's a little over the top, but allegedly, right? So he was saying that Mormonism is the Antichrist. It seems to support the idea that there was some sort of break between him and this local church, this local Mormon temple that he was a part of, right? If there was a family separation and other issues there. Also, this is just another report that eyewitnesses said of the shooting, the gunman rammed the car into the church, poured gasoline on it, then went around the building with the gun asking people, do you believe in Jesus or Joseph Smith? And then shot them. And this is a very similar from Dave Bondi, a person who was inside the church in Grand Black Township, Michigan, tells me that the shooter asked everyone about their beliefs before he started firing. Just absolutely disgusting sicko.
This is very, very reminiscent of Columbine.
Yeah, it is actually.
Because that's exactly what those guys did.
Maybe I'm missing something.
So the guys in Columbine, they went around asking the people if they believe in Jesus before shooting them.
Oh, okay.
I think in this
can't remember
case,
which one of the two it was, but I remember explicitly reading that.
Yeah, I remember hearing that
I didn't
too
know
out of
that.
Columbine. I think, and obviously this case is like, I think he's someone who feels like this church has completely betrayed him in all aspects of his life. And now I think he probably is coming out of that faith. And I'm wondering if that had to do with the issues between him and his wife, where he's moving away from the church, but she wants to stay within it.
Mm-hmm.
And he sees them as the one corrupting his wife and his family against them, right? And if you do believe in the
Mormonism
family,
has a shunning culture as well. So if somebody leaves the church, like
you're out.
Yeah, and you're out of family, and it can be wacky.
No, they're going to try like heaven and earth to attack you or bring you back in, and if all else fails, then they'll shun you. But I've been around a lot of Mormons, and it's rough.
I think
Mormon eschatology, there is a hell in Mormon eschatology, outer darkness, but it is only for the devil, demons, and specifically apostates. So it
Well,
is
and
like
I-
the
Some black
lowest of the
people
low.
as well.
I don't
I
know
thought-
how.
Not anymore. They had an update.
Okay.
They
I
had
don't know
2.0
how
update
Mormonism-
for that.
I
I
thought
don't know
that the
what-
hell was just the polygamy and the multiple marriages, but
Well, no, that's actually their heaven.
Yeah, that's how
That's
you.
the highest. That's the highest. The celestial realm.
They tell
Yeah,
you
that
to
just
have
sounds
more
like hell to me.
children. The more children you have, the more children will be
In heaven, yeah.
messiahs and other planets that you will then become God over. Is
all
there?
jokes aside, and despite the theological craziness, if this is true that he's going around asking people what they believe before he shoots them, gentlemen, I think just about every single one of you would have had some time to draw a pistol and shoot this guy. And
So
I
what
know
you're saying
there's-
is to be proficient and to be caring at all
Yes.
times.
And I know this for a fact because I've talked to people. There are people who carry every day, but when they go to church, they don't carry a gun for some reason. And that's the wrong mindset.
Sometimes the church leadership has a lot to do with that, where they say they don't want you to bring guns in the church because you're bringing a weapon into a temple. But I don't. I think that's suicidal given today's standard of events.
I mean, Jesus had his apostles carry swords, so
Yes.
that's all I'll say about that.
If you have not one, sell your cloak and buy a sword.
Well,
Yes.
I see this pop through, and again, I don't know if this is just an online troll or not, but Lord Mustafa 5 says LDS Bishop here, which if an LDS Bishop is watching the show, I'm just asking why, unless it's just obviously topical for tonight. But lots of false claims here about our beliefs. I'm willing to come on and discuss and answer any questions or give an opinion nobody asked for. Lord Musta, I'm willing to have you on. I mean, this is a horrifying, tragic incident. If you want to talk about Mormonism in general, I'm not sure if this is the place for that with this group of people, but I'm happy to have you on.
I think Redoubt might be.
Redoubt's probably a better place for that, but yeah, no, I mean, listen, if you want to come on and say your piece about this, I'm very happy to have you on, though.
And I imagine not all Mormon churches believe a consistent thing either. I could be wrong in that because I know they're a pretty big organization, but I don't know if Mormonism has separate subcategories.
They
or you have
do.
one group who believes in one subset and another group that believes in something else. Because there's a lot of us, I think most people have heard what they believe, but
They do have different denominations, just like Protestants, but I think this is LDS, which is
like the
from
main
what
one.
I know, I think they're pretty unified across the board if you're an LDS.
Yeah, because I know there's a big top-down Mormon organization that runs a lot of it, and they've been growing a lot in the last 5 to 10 years. And I just don't know if there's been a schism in the Mormon Church ever. Oh, we can't hear you, Vintage. Your mic's not working. No, we still can't hear you.
Sorry, bro.
Do not redeem it.
StreamYard messes with my stuff all the time, so.
Point being though, if you go to church, which you should be going to church, you need to not only be caring, but you should be able to execute on-command performance. Obviously, poor choice of words, but you need to be able to execute on-command performance to stop somebody like this, right?
You're back.
And it is your job. It's not somebody else's job to do that.
I deployed with a unit of Mormons and spent some time in Utah, and those motherfuckers stick together. They're really into guns. But my understanding when I asked questions about different denominations of Mormonism, and I'm not an expert, but there were still compounds that they would point at. They're like, oh, that's where the multiple wives people are. And they're not. It's different because the first thing I brought up is all right, don't you guys have multiple wives? I don't know shit about it. And they're like, no. So we passed by one specific area. They're like, so that's where some of those people are. And I'm like, oh, interesting.
The polygamous compound where they have why does your house have 30 rooms in it?
Oh, it's nuts. But those I've never seen in my time in the Army. I've never seen religion target non-believers of that religion from enlisted to officer, and they work together and bring people. It's nuts, dude. They do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, nepotism works.
It's weird. It's crazy.
Well, they stick together very well, right?
I mean, some of them are great people. I mean,
I do want to talk about that, but Desert Tech Mormons are crazy Mormons because they're part of what's known as, they call themselves the Order, and they're like it's Desert Tech. There's a law firm, and they all like work together on different things. Desert Tech is they're wacky guys, and they've been accused and charged and settled with sex trafficking and a bunch of other things. Lord Musta says, not a troll, genuinely just sad to see people talk about things they really don't understand or only have half-truths. Well, if you want to turn this into a Mormon discussion, I'm happy to have you on, considering the subject material. Just send me an email, Lord Musta, focustrip@gmail.com. It's just the name of the YouTube channel, @gmail.com, and I can send you an invite to be on the show. I'd be happy to have you on if you want to come on and talk about it.
I think he's just upset because we keep making jokes about multiple wives.
I see that. Well, and it's a double whammy, right? We're kind of poking fun at Mormonism in general, and there was a tragedy at a Mormon church, right? It'd be the same thing as if like there was a shooting at a Protestant church and the Catholic guy was like, oh, well, those wacky, heretics, they got shot up or something like that. I could see why people would be upset about it.
I don't think anyone's being overtly disrespectful. I think we're just we don't.
None of that, but we are definitely poking fun at Mormonism.
And I don't know if this guy has been in the streams before and seen what the chat looks like, and we're a little, we have fun sometimes, but this is a serious topic, and it is not acceptable. Doesn't really matter what kind of church this is happening at. This is not cool at all.
Well, yeah, whatever it is. If this was a synagogue, right?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. And we're not trying to, we disagree with, most of us, I think, disagree with Mormonism, but that doesn't mean we don't have empathy, because you are all humans.
Well, okay, and to be fair too, right? I think probably, like, obviously we're non-Mormons, right? And to non-Mormons, Mormonism may look like a single uniform system from the outside. Just how if you're a non-Christian, Christianity may look like a more uniform,
a monolith.
Yeah,
well, that's
system
what I
of
thought.
beliefs.
That's what I thought until I started talking to like other, dudes in my unit that were Mormon. I learned, I don't remember all of it, but I remember that no, it's not all this uniform same thing. But at the time I wasn't really, I guess, religious. I didn't really pay attention to. I only had to know because I had Mormon soldiers that I had to like look after, and I pissed one off. I had a little remedial sensitivity training because I'm like, I told his soul, I'm like, you fucking Mormons, and he got really mad. And then that's when I learned that the big Mormon in the unit was powerful, and I was never going to cross them again. But that's when I started learning about it. It was interesting.
I don't know if you see A. Bergie in the chat. Said he was baptized this past Saturday.
Hey, congratulations, man.
Praise
That's
God.
good to hear.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, praise
Congratulations,
God.
man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I will, if he sends me an email, I will bring him up to chat about it if he would like to.
And I would like to know more, right? Because I generally have like some cursory understanding of the Mormons, but I don't know what each sect believes or what their exclusive beliefs are that are specifically Mormon, right? Because I know they do say that they believe in Christ, and they themselves would consider themselves Christians, but most non-Mormons wouldn't because of the additional belief systems that they have.
Right.
Someone goes, Mormons are Christians like sherbet is ice cream.
Well, I mean, yeah, because we have ontological differences between God and Christ, and they have totally different Christology than we do. Yeah. So that's why to us it's a totally different religion. It's like I wouldn't say Muslims are Christians because they believe in a generic God, right? Because they're monotheists. I wouldn't say they're Christians.
Oh, of course not.
Probably not the best context to have a debate about Mormonism, but
Moonman 5 says Jake Zesty got sugar in his tank, fluent in Polari. He's good with colors, backwards mechanic of the highest order, a practitioner of the French Vice. Yeah, Jake.
Thank you, Moon Man. Appreciate it.
Mitchell Black for 5 says, good night to all my Nijas in chat. Thank you, Mitchell Black. Totally trying to get me to slip up there. Just say it. Although we're 2 hours in, I can say what I want. Listen, man, I invented logic, okay? Moonman for 2 says, I'm out here wishing he just got his mom instead. That's dark. That's a dark joke.
It's
a therapy
I saw that
language,
one.
dude. It's a therapy
I understand
language,
it pisses people
but
off.
that's fucked
Well,
up.
listen,
That's
I
fucked up.
have women that do this, and they do it as a defense mechanism where they wall of text you, right? Like, you always say this, it's just this, almost that exact same diatribe, but in real life, right? And then they go start talking about like my truth and my feelings and my sanctity and like my peace or something like that. And I'm just like, listen, I lost you. I think you're just wrong, and you're just deflecting now. The Lightspore for 2 says Marines 0-2, Army boys, we up. Damn, Lightspore. Moonman for 10 says, I know Mormons, they talk about I know Mormons, they talk about how crazy that godless church gets. Obviously, heinous targeting kids and randos is sick, but if you had just gone for the building or leadership, ?
No.
That's still whack. Moonman, you are Fed posting. I know you're a federal agent, but that's hard Fed posting, Moonman, but
It does okay. I think he has a point though about the perception of who wronged who. Why would you going after the children and innocents? It's just evil behavior. It's not like a justified revenge type of behavior.
Here's the other thing with that. If this was about custody of his kids, losing custody, he's never going to see his kids again because of the actions he took.
Right, so that doesn't make any sense.
This is nothing about what he did was good or right.
Yeah, but some of these people are fucking stupid and they do this kind of shit. Like, I've seen people not kill anyone, but make very like final decisions about something that could have been, didn't have to go that way. Things could have been better. Had they just waited. I don't know. I
think the only way that this would have even theoretically been justable, maybe to Moonman's point, is if you knew like a church, like there's church rocked. Every church has been rocked by scandals of like trafficking or exploitation or something like that. Like if somebody had his kids diddled and then he went after the priest or pastor that did it, right? People could find that justified. Murdering random children in the service is like nothing. Nope.
I don't even know if I would call that justified, not by like a biblical standard of justice.
No, not justified, understandable, right? So like we can be sympathetic to their motives, though we still have to then carry out justice upon them. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Crack 556 says, if you hath not a weapon, sell your Xbox and buy one. First Boogalations, verse 15. Indeed, but yeah, no, really, I forget the exact verse, but it is in Luke. It's like, if you do not have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. That's correct.
My dyslexia.
The meek pacifistic Christian, Christian that modern people believe that you should be unarmed weaklings is ahistorical. It's anti-historical. Thank you, Crack.
I think it's anti-Christian too when you look at the fundamentals.
Well, yeah, it's against Christianity. You would have to suppose something not in the Bible. You would have to remove the Old Testament and a good chunk of the New Testament as well for it to fit your beliefs.
Absolutely, yeah.
Chris Tomper 2 says, truly tragic, but Joseph Smith is a false prophet. Speaking of that, though, maybe that was good timing or bad timing, depending on how you want to think about it. But Lord Musta is here. How's your evening going, sir? I know it's awkward to jump on a stream with a couple guys wearing Burger King crowns discussing a tragedy that happened, but how's your evening going, sir?
I joined in it from the start, so I know where the conversation is, and I'm also very well aware of what the chat thinks of and the Discord server thinks of Mormons.
Now, I do want to add, not to pry, but you did claim to be a Mormon bishop or a bishop in the LDS Church. Can you be specific about what that actually entails? Because I know like a bishop in Catholicism is like very high up. Like you have your own diocese. It's the highest position in Orthodoxy, right? So could you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Well, a bishop isn't like some big hoss. The bishop is just the leader of the local congregation, pretty much.
Like a minister.
Okay, so you don't have pastors; you have like a bishop. Is that correct?
And
okay,
as a bishop, I have 2 counselors, so there's 3 people who lead the local congregation.
Mm. Right.
So don't worry, I'm not some big hoss up there.
Well, right, but I was confused because I mean, obviously, a Catholic or an Orthodox bishop is a very, very high position. So I was curious what that meant within the LDS Church. So yeah, but I mean, if you want to talk, the floor is yours, and we're all happy to ask you questions or
I mean,
talk about what you want.
I mean, if we can start with if any of you have any questions you want to ask me. It's rare to be able to talk to a Mormon bishop in real life. Well, not real life, but in real time.
Well, I would just like to. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rona. Good.
I was just going to like to preface, right, is, you came in and said, like, we have like certain ideas about Mormons, but if what we understand about Mormonism is wrong, I think that is a good opportunity to clear this up, right? Because if we have a failed understanding of what you actually believe, I think that's important, right? And we can set aside at least like the idea of like objective judgment until we kind of get a better idea of how your viewpoints and beliefs have been misrepresented by the way we've kind of talked about things so far.
Sorry, I forgot what we were. There was some couple points earlier that I don't remember who was it mentioned, but I don't remember what they were anymore. And if someone has like theological questions or just like wants clarification or something, I'm an open book.
Well, I guess. Okay, it's all right, Richard. Go ahead.
My question is, how many wives are many?
I have 6.
Okay, good.
My question
just for in Minecraft, that was a joke. I only have 1.
No, I understand. It's a good response. It's a troll.
That was the proper response, sir.
Mormon bishop saying in Minecraft is crazy.
In Minecraft, I have 6 wives. Not in my
got
basement,
me.
though.
You got me for a minute there. I was like, oh,
whoa, you're like, whoa,
all right.
whoa, what?
Hey,
Sir, that's a crime. That's a crime in this country, sir.
Can you throw me on backstage for a second?
Of course.
I guess my question is, what are like Mormon exclusive beliefs, right, that separate you from other churches, right? Because my understanding is that Mormonism does recognize Christ.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the true name of the church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So the Mormon it was originally meant to be a derogatory term. Obviously, it's just kind of stuck over time. But I mean, I don't mind. I've been called way worse.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're called Mormons off of the Book of Mormon, right? So just colloquially,
so, I mean, obviously,
the
the Book of Mormon is a big thing that sets us apart from anyone else. But that's like I just want to say it came to my mind. I've just been reading through Twitter and Instagram and all the posts about the shooting happened yesterday, of how Mormons aren't Christian, and I just want to say that obviously we can have a healthy discussion on whether Mormonism fits into the traditional creedal Christianity. But like again, if you look just like at the basic dictionary definition of what a Christian is just someone who basically just follows Jesus Christ. And obviously I fully believe Jesus Christ is God and he's the savior of the world. He died for everyone here.
Could you back up there? So what do you mean by believe that he is God? Because it's my understanding that Mormons don't believe that he is God, because Mormons are not Trinitarian.
Well, it's a long discussion. I mean, we can go there, but it's the stream is already 2.5 hours in. But I mean,
that's the main distinction for me between Church of Latter-day Saints versus let's say traditional Christianity or whatnot, is the Trinitarian beliefs, right? Dating back to, if you want to go to Nicaea and some of the church fathers, that's the biggest gap, right? Is that they believe Jesus is actually the Son of God, right? And ontologically different and does not share a nature with God, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in the Trinitarian belief, whether it's monarchical or the filioque version that you see in Protestantism or Catholic, you have a unity between the three beings, not three separate beings, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Well, so in monarchical Trinitarianism, which is Orthodox, or filioque, where the Holy Spirit spirates from the Son and the Father, right?
Yeah.
So you have a unity between the three beings, a shared nature, a shared ontological nature between the three beings, rather than three distinct persons that are separate, right?
Yeah.
So traditional Christianity, the Trinity is a cornerstone of it, whereas in the Church of Latter-day Saints, they deny the Trinity, right? They are three distinct beings.
Yeah, they are three distinct beings.
Mm-hmm. Right, and that's why. I mean, that was a heresy condemned at the First Council of Nicaea, right? Which is, and they were the people that that time Arians were kicked out of the church, which is why we like traditionally speaking, we wouldn't consider them Christians because they don't hold to that like core belief, right?
Okay.
They still. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys still believe in the validity of Scripture, right? So specifically the 66 Protestant canon, right? But then you also have the Book of Abraham, the Pearl of Great Price. Now we could talk about the Book of Abraham because I have lots of questions about that. The Book of Abraham, Pearl of Great Price, obviously the Book of Mormon. And is there another one that I'm missing in there? Another text?
Nope.
Okay, so it is those three texts.
I mean, the main ones are obviously the Book of Mormon and just normal King James. I mean, you can read any Bible you want, but it's been endorsed by the church that said that you should read King James if possible.
Mm-hmm. Right, but the ancillary texts or more important texts, because I've heard some. I'm just going to use the term Mormon, not in a derogatory way, but just as simpler than saying Church of Latter-day Saints every single time.
That's probably it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
just for the sake of simplicity.
So I've heard Mormons say that the Pearl of Great Price and the Book of Abraham, as they put it on a higher level than strictly speaking the Bible. I've heard some Mormons say that, well, the Bible was like kind of corrupted, and that's why Joseph Smith added himself back into Genesis 29. I want to say, I could be wrong about that specifically, but Joseph adds his name in, adds an additional verse into Genesis that is not there in any other translation. So is that true? Do you guys hold all Scripture as equal, including Pearl of Great Price and Book of Abraham, or is there like a tiered system?
I mean, it's all the Word of God, but obviously, but you don't like the Pearl of the Great Prize and like some of them are special texts. You don't really study them as much. I mean, at least I personally don't put as much emphasis into those. Like, I read my King James every day. Love learning about the life of Christ.
Yeah, I mean, King James is the version that I read as well. So, totally understand that. Talking about the ontological nature of God Himself, though, was God a man once?
This is going to piss some people off, but that's a very simple way to put it. Again, it's not something that it's not like fully understood, but basically, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, in Mormon eschatology, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's essentially, you have the outer darkness, which is reserved for devil, demons, and apostates. You have the telestial realm, the terrestrial, celestial, right? And then in the celestial realm, there's the highest level where it's only for church members who are sealed with their wives with a temple sealing, and then they also will ascend to a godlike status, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Again, it's an oversimplified way of putting it, but yeah, but it's not guaranteed. It's just we are just given an opportunity.
Yes, sorry about that pop up on screen. That's the Ko-Fi donation. Okay, so I guess this is always a question I have.
This is like a doctrine that a lot of people really cling on to, but it's not really. Even church members, they don't really understand it just too much. There's not much like teachings or scriptures about it really that much. So
well, right, but it is officially held by the church, right?
Yeah.
So if you go onto the Mormon handbook or anything like that, it's gonna have this sort of stuff in there.
Yeah,
like you have other doctrines like the Adam God doctrine, which is saying that Adam in Genesis is actually God, right? That's the Mormon interpretation.
That was like some really old ancient apostles, like 250 years ago, his own opinion. As far as
right?
Yeah, as far as I've understood, so like it's never been preached as official LDS doctrine.
Well,
is that like
but
related
it was taught by Brigham Young, the second prophet of the church, right?
Yeah, but it's never been like canonized as LDS like doctrine.
Okay. Well, can our so how do I say this? Are prophets and apostles in your church, are they infallible in their teachings?
Well, there's a lot of things that they say as their own opinions, and then obviously you are allowed to like research and suggest things. But yeah, what the church actually teaches in like the official handbooks and is very strict, and it's not very easily changed.
So in
Now-
that,
Go ahead.
go ahead. I was going to ask. So in that, right, where it seems like there's a lot of questions, right, where people aren't sure, but then if the doctrine is very rigid, is LDS exploring possibilities, right, with the idea that there's a lot of things that are unknown with, it sounds like maybe even within the doctrine itself, but that it has to go and trickle up to the higher ends of the church to actually be allowed? Or is it that it's the other way, where from top down they kind of dictate what is doctrine, and then the congregations begin to accept it as the larger section of the church adopts
It comes from the top down, but honestly, I don't remember if it's ever happened where they've like officially changed any of the doctrines.
How long have you been Mormon or LDS?
17 years. I'm not. I'm a lot older than 17. But I've been
okay. So you
years.
came into, you weren't born into the church then. You came into it willingly.
Yeah.
Where were you before that?
I was a Lutheran.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, so a Protestant convert to Mormonism. That's actually interesting. Because I've known Mormons growing up. We had Mormon neighbors, very nice people. In college, I had Mormon neighbors, like fantastic, wonderful individuals, right? But yeah, usually everyone that I've met has been like born into the church. Like that's some of the most effective evangelization is just purely through childbirth, right?
Yeah,
I think that's very. I mean, that's even very common amongst Protestant churches, where most people are born into that church congregation.
I mean, I feel like that's just true for any denomination in general. Like, I personally haven't met too many people who've like converted to any sect of Christianity later on in life. Most have either had like a religious upbringing and they went away for a while and then they maybe came back. But it's the religious background has always been there.
How did you go from Lutheranism into LDS?
I mean, I had a lot of questions personally. Like, let's say like the fabled Trinity. Like, I understand all the creeds. I've read them. I understand them. But just that was one of my personal questions that I had. Like in the Bible, when Christ, let's say like when he's praying in the garden, about to do the atonement, like, is he praying to himself? Like, I never really understood the doctrine of Trinity from like the creedal perspective. Or like when he gets baptized, like all three of them are clearly present. You know, Christ is there getting baptized. The Holy Ghost comes down in the form of a dove, and the Father is talking. This is my beloved Son. So to me, like taking Christ's words literally from the Bible, as it says, to me made more sense than what some ancient document says that it's not even very clear what it says.
So it was more of. Oh, go ahead, Focus. I apologize.
No, it's just like I had a lot of questions, and the LDS Church did have some answers that satisfied my personal thirst for knowledge.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think about when Jesus himself says that he does not consider it robbery to be equal with God?
Like in what sense? Like what?
Well, so when he's being accused about the Pharisees and Sadducees about who he is, right? And he says, like, I do not consider it robbery to be equal with God, right? He is saying in John that I am God, right?
Yeah.
In Trinitarian Christianity, just generically, in every Jake, what are you doing?
Dogs out.
Sorry, I was just reading
out.
Damn!
I was reading
wow,
chat.
that was flashed us. Damn. Okay, somebody screenshot that. Anyways,
No.
in every chapter of John, Jesus references being like equal with Christ, not being begotten in 0 AD, right? So like in John 1, the word was with God and the word was God, right? And that's referred to Logos, which he's referred to many times. In Christianity, we also believe that Jesus is mentioned in the Old Testament as well, as he is the person that actually met with Abraham and ate with Abraham.
Christ is the God of Old Testament.
Right. So like in Trinitarian Christianity, we simply believe that the Son is eternally, if God is God the Father, then if eternally God the Father, then he has an eternal Son, so he is eternally begotten, and then you have the Holy Spirit, which proceeds from the Father, and depending on whether you're Orthodox or Filioque, you have from the Father and the Son. Sorry, I see Moonman's super chat in there. Damn.
I do have a question. I'm just curious, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but you did say earlier, you take issue with people considering Mormons as not being Christian. The way I tend to view it is similar to like people who follow Islam, right? They have respect for Christ. They see him as a prophet, but they deny very
they don't believe
fundamental
in his divinity.
Yeah,
he's just a great
fundamental
prophet or a great teacher.
Yeah, they deny fundamental things to me that make Christ who he is. They deny those. Therefore, they don't actually follow the same Christ that I do, right?
Yeah.
So that would be my disagreement with them, and I wouldn't say that they're Christians because they don't follow Christ. And I see a similarity there with the Mormon doctrine, the way they view Christ as not being part of the Trinity, not being the one true God, right? He's, from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, from what I've heard, is that he is a God, right? Similar to how Mormons or people in the LDS Church, when they grow in their faith and when they die, if they were good and they live their lives well, they will eventually become a god. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the official stance is on that.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if this is official teaching either, but I've heard it explained very vulgarly, but that Christ being the literal Son of God, like the physical Son of God, like the fleshly Son of God, that God himself impregnated Mary.
Oh, does that come from the so-called banned Mormon cartoon? That's
not
it's not really banned, and it's not even a Mormon cartoon.
Well, but Brigham Young also alluded to this, but I know you said that he's not like infallible, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's official like Mormon Church doctrine that is what happened, but it's an area where they kind of say, well, we don't know exactly how it happened, but it did, right? So I don't want to like say that, oh, this is what Mormons believe, but I have heard, like, again, Brigham Young kind of alluded to that fact, and it's not official church doctrine, but it's kind of just interesting.
Yeah, it's obviously not official doctrine. Like I don't know if anyone really knows how it happened. Maybe we'll know when Christ comes back, but he's just the Son of God. Take it that however you will.
I guess for me, whenever I've heard some of the Mormon doctrine or had it explained to me or watched videos on it, it almost leaves me with more questions than it does answers. And in my experience, when I look at Christian doctrine, I'm a Protestant, right? I would consider myself like a Reformed Baptist. That doctrine makes sense. There's clear scriptural ties for everything that I believe, doctrine-wise. And there's not really much interpretation, so it's been hard for me every time I've heard anything about Mormon doctrine. It seems like there is a lot of gray area, and maybe that's just the nature of it being a continuous thing. There's still revelation. From what I understand, there's still prophets, and there's still new revelation being made, new prophecies.
Yeah, so and a lot of things are also, we're encouraged to seek the mysteries of God. A lot of the that's the whole the Bible verse that started the whole churches, James 1:5, and if you lack wisdom, let him ask of God. So we are encouraged to, just seek wisdom from on high.
So I know this is kind of a gotcha question, but when did black people get updated to be able to become Mormons? Was that the 1960s when that doctrine got advanced?
I mean, black people have always been, or melanated people have always been allowed to, participate in church, but they got their full rights restored. It was like, I don't remember the exact year, but it was like the 60s, 70s sometime.
Yeah, maybe this is just a follow-up question to that, but what happened to everybody between Christ's death and resurrection and ascension and Joseph Smith's revelation? Like, what happened during those 1840 years, 130 years?
I mean, a lot of things happen. You'd have to be more specific.
Well, so did Christ leave a church here? Did Christ leave his apostles here on earth, and did they found a church? So are you saying that those people fell into heresy basically immediately, or was there a slow fall away, and then Christ needed to reveal new revelation to Joseph Smith in the 1800s? Because obviously, all of the apostles set up churches. James was the bishop of Jerusalem. Peter and Paul were in Rome, and they all got, martyred throughout the first century. And that's where we get most of or all of the New Testament from, of course. So what happened to those Christians? Did Christianity after that quickly fall away? Was it corrupted? What about second century Orthodox Christians or Catholic? Catholic, they would have been called Catholics at the time.
Well, obviously, as far as I know, the official LDS doctrine is that when Christ was on the earth, he did set up a church structure that slowly fell into apostasy. But
didn't Christ himself say that the gates of hell would not prevail against his church?
He did.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of one of those gray area things, because I do believe God and Christ are just. So obviously, if someone just think of someone in the jungles of South America have never heard about Jesus Christ. It's not really fair to them.
I don't mean to interject, but you wanted to come on and clarify some misconceptions, but it seems that I'm more confused now than what I was when you first come on, because it seems that there are a lot of gray areas that we can't get explanations for.
I mean, that's true. At least that's what I said. There's a lot of half truths. It's just someone who takes something very out of context, and it is that gray area where there's not all official doctrine.
I think also this is very fast and loose. Probably, I don't think.
Well, this isn't this isn't a setup debate.
I know I came in without any prep whatsoever.
Right. This is in my. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, this is, as the SRA members would say, this is the lion's den, and you're jumping in here, raw with no prep or anything else like that. So I have nothing against you whatsoever, and I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. But I always just, I just have questions, right? That's about all sorts of religions. Like when I talk to Muslims or Jews or whatnot, I just have a couple questions, right? Ontologically, if we have the LDS Christology, it's almost like an infinite regression of gods, and there is no first being, right? Because if our God was just a man who then ascended to godhood by following his God's decrees, was that God that he followed just a man who got elevated to godhood because he followed his godhood? And how far back does that go, right? So so in LDS, our God was a man from Kolob, right?
Well,
who then ascended to godhood.
Is just it was the first creation of our God. Yeah, there's not that's
so that was that's wait. Sorry, so Kolob was a planet that he created before Earth. So he did this. He did the same thing.
Kolob is a star that again. Kolob is a star, and it was God's first creation. That's about as much official LDS doctrine there is about Kolob.
So there is no in LDS doctrine. Is there an origin? Is there a first prime being, or is it just we can't know about that? We don't. It's too far back.
We just don't know. It says progression is eternal, and eternal doesn't have a beginning or an end. So whatever that.
So is that something that precedes Genesis, or is in line? Like, where does that fit into like the Genesis timeline of creation, or is Genesis, the way you guys interpret it, different?
Well, Genesis is the creation of our earth.
Well, in Genesis, it talks about that it's not just this earth, but he also created all of the heavens as well.
Yeah, like the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yeah, those things are all part of the creation.
Is that just a reference to creating our solar system or our galaxy or our little planet? Like I'm confused about that.
Well, just again, there's like, this is like a topic. There's not a ton of like official doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't.
Because to me, like that seems more complicated than just saying, no, like our God created the universe, like a singular prime monotheistic being, like the perfect being created our universe.
Yeah,
nothing
fair.
before him, nothing after him, outside of space and time. Right? We wouldn't even say that our God is limited by space and time.
Yeah, those are creations of him. Those are like he's not like God is not trapped within time. Space and time are a consequence of the fabric of our reality, and existing outside of that, fundamentally, he's not limited by it.
Well, right. We believe that like our reality and our being is literally held together by God, right? That is the first source, the unmoved mover for everything, right?
You have to consider we move in like very one-dimensionally through time. We experience moment to moment in one direction. That's not necessarily the way we believe God is limited the way we are in time, right? So, like the whole idea of God is really an unknowable being by a finite being when you're considering that he's an infinite being. I guess I did have one question, and Vintage touched on it a little bit earlier. How does the unity of the LDS Church work? Is it that there are different groups that believe different subsets of things, right?
There are splinter groups.
Do they all work underneath like the greater LDS Church, or are they completely away from it?
Completely their own breakaway.
What is the LDS's stance on those groups? Do they consider them heretical?
I haven't ever heard the word heretic being used about him.
Do they consider them? Do they consider them outside the faith?
Well, I mean, you can believe whatever you want.
Well, no, I really mean that. Like, if there's one group, right, of LDS who believe in polygamy and maybe some other things that I may not be informed about, and then you have another LDS group that doesn't believe in polygamy. Right. And that's maybe the most common thing that I can cite, just not knowing all the details about what LDS believes as like exclusive beliefs. But if those two groups, right, have some level of opposing beliefs, how does the greater church view those ones that might have views that are outside of what the greater, like, I guess marriage is a good one that we can kind of settle on right now. Like, what is the primary LDS's church view on marriage, and what does that church consider for groups that have multiple wives? Do they consider them non-Mormon?
Yeah, they're a complete separate entity from the main LDS Church.
Okay,
like there's no say of what goes on in there, or what their doctrine is.
So they don't. Okay, so they're their own like LDS system entirely, even though they may say they're LDS.
Yeah, like there's like the RLDS Church, which is like Reformed Latter-day Church of Latter-day, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, but isn't that kind of the same thing we would say? It's like you can call yourself Christian, but like if you don't hold to like our Christian beliefs, then we wouldn't consider you that.
Like I consider myself Christian, but the Catholics probably wouldn't consider me Christian in the way that.
Well, Catholics do. Since Vatican II, but that's a contradiction though. When I find a contradiction in Catholic dogma, I just talk about it, right? So if I'm like, well, Joseph Mormon, or I keep saying Joseph Mormon, Joseph Smith, sorry, Joseph Smith had John Mormon. Joseph Smith had 34 wives ranging from 9 to whatever, and then just a few years later, they're like, actually, guys, polygamy cringe, don't do it anymore. But then you still have some sects that did it much later on, and then you have like, weird
I mean, there's still
offshoot
sects
groups
that sponsor groups that still practice it, so which is obviously illegal, but hasn't stopped them.
So if the primary LDS church found out those groups were doing that, they would frown upon it or
I
excommunicate
guess my
them?
question is, if Joseph Smith was here now, he'd be like, "Well, wait, why aren't you guys still having polygamy?" Right? Like I set it up. It's a good thing. Like it's a moral good to have multiple wives, right? I had 34 of them.
Yeah, what is the church's stance given that if Joseph Smith did it, but it's not?
It was just revelation given to a later prophet that it's time to stop.
But it wasn't wrong at the time he was doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right. So, but that's where my like, I start to, my eyes narrow a little bit, and I'm like, because it's like, if Christ was on Earth and he was like, I don't know what's a easy contradiction I could think of, like, oh yeah, if you guys get martyred for your faith, like that's a bad thing, and then he gets martyred for his faith, you'd be like, well, isn't that like that's like a contradiction, like that our main guy just said, like that's awkward. Or, it's stuff like that. Advancements of doctrine or contradictions of doctrine, I think is a hard thing for me to swallow, right? And same thing when I'm conflicted with my own conflicts of doctrine. When I think about, well, how does this idea that I hold conflict with this other idea that I'm supposed to hold as a Christian, in whatever denomination you happen to be in. Mm-hmm. And I think those are the biggest stopping points for a lot of people.
No, I agree.
I have a question, and maybe this is totally off base, but do you see that there are potentially people who convert if they were another sect of Christianity, and then if they convert to Mormonism or go into the LDS church, do you think that there's maybe an idea in these people that they believe the Bible, and then they find out about the Book of Mormon and these other things, and that there may be just playing it safe almost? Like, okay, well, I'll follow the teachings of the LDS church, and if it's right, then that's good. Worst case scenario, I'm still a Christian. Do you think that's a mindset with some people, especially specifically people who convert from like Protestantism, Catholic, whatever, over to LDS?
I mean, could be totally. I mean, when I've talked to converts as a bishop, a lot of people there are some people who do convert from like Catholicism and Orthodoxy, that they do still hold on to because I understand a lot of the beliefs are pretty drastically different. They do still hold on to their previous beliefs for quite some time, because I understand religion is like a really deep, meaningful, personal thing to each and every one of us. So those are things you hold dear to your heart. So I get it. No judgment here.
And then I have one other question, and this is just, I don't know if you've heard of them, but have you ever heard of Apologia? It's a church in Tempe, Arizona.
I have not.
So they do, and if you're up for it, I'd encourage you to look into it. It is going to be, it's kind of a message counter to what you believe, but they have been for years doing outreach to Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses, and basically doing apologetics in their communities. And it's very interesting. I would say take a look at it. If you're not afraid to have your faith challenged a little bit, watch it. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you'll grow deeper in your own beliefs. But I think it's something worth looking into.
Yeah, definitely. I'm always super open to looking into other denominations and other religions.
Yeah.
I also just want to say, right, even though we might be seeming kind of critical, or I don't want us to seem adversarial necessarily.
No, I get it. Trust me, I've had a lot worse.
Well, I commend you for coming on the stream and actually raising your hand and saying, I would like to speak about my faith. Because I think all of us are on a journey of discovery and deepening a better understanding of our faith. And, I was in a position a long time ago where I had to challenge the things I believed. And I had to come to a conclusion that I really didn't even understand the base things that I thought I believed very well. And I had to really challenge myself on all of my beliefs. And it was an uncomfortable thing to do, but ultimately I went through a period of refinement where I could definitively say why I believed what I believed. And I think, Mormonism is a very large organization, and it's growing very quickly. But I do I do think that understanding the specifics about belief systems is important, and that God wants us to explore what the truth is, right? He's the God of truth. Jesus said that he was the truth. And I think that ultimately that everyone just wants to know what the truth is, right? So even if there's conflict or disagreement, I don't necessarily think it's out of a spirit of, just making fun of, and it may seem like that sometimes where people are kind of dogging on you, or they may not see, they may very much look down on Mormonism as a belief system. But I think just understanding and expounding why someone believes what they believe can help them understand why they believe it better, especially come on stream and talk about it, right?
No,
So
I get it. That's why I'm always down to talk to different people from different denominations and different faiths. And I mean, I know the stream is already almost 3 hours long, and I have a really early morning tomorrow, so I have to get going. But just as close, I just totally went somewhere where I wasn't expecting it to go. But
no, you're totally fine, man. I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry to hear that this tragedy happened to a church body, a church member of yours, right?
Yeah.
And I really appreciate you taking the time to come on here, man. So if you want to say your closing statement here, and we'll just we'll finish up, sir.
Just this closing, I mean, basically, we have some theological disagreements, but ultimately, what should bring us together is that faith in Christ and his atonement, that he's the savior of the world. Again, we can throw Bible verses at each other all night long, but that faith and belief in Christ is what should bring everyone together, especially in a time like this. So my wife she's not a Christian at all. But at the end, after the Sunday after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, she was like, I want to start going to church. She didn't come to my church. She didn't come to the LDS church. She just went to a random local church. I didn't even know what denomination it was. She just went to something that was the closest. Like, I didn't go with her, no pressure, nothing. And it's like she was so stoked, and she told about her friend about, hey, I went to church for the first time in 20 years. And her friend was just dogging on her, that you went to the wrong church and that's the wrong place. And again, we can throw Bible verses at each other all night, but especially at a dark time like this, let's just be happy that they're willing to seek God and seek Christ.
Awesome.
we have religious differences.
Yeah.
But let's just try to stick together in our faith in Christ at this time.
Well, thank you, man. I genuinely appreciate it, and I we'll talk to you later. You have my email, so if you ever want to talk about something or go into the Redoubt stream sometime where it's a more Christ-focused or Christian-focused topic stream, happy to have you on there, sir. But I really appreciate your time, and you have a wonderful night, sir.
Likewise, you too.
Thanks, sir. All right. Indeed, Christ is king. How about that?
Christ is king.
Simple way to end it. Well, that was an interesting detour for the stream. A lot of you guys wanted me to ask about soaking, but I was not going to ask about soaking on stream. We already had a feet expose by Jake, and I didn't want to make it any more weird.
In my defense, I saw a chat from Andrew. He said, put them feet out. Put them out, man. And I don't know.
Oh, Vintage is back. Perfect timing. He just hopped off.
I have nothing else to say to that.
You just missed it, Vintage. You missed the whole thing.
We had a great discussion.
We still can't hear you.
He's muted. Yeah,
All right, there we go.
It.
Yeah, sorry, my
He'll
dad called me, so I was like, "Hey, what's up?" Oh, it's on
your
stream.
You're 100% good.
Apparently, he watches your stream.
Oh no,
that's whack, bro. Don't do that. Your dad's got
I told
funny
him
taste,
no.
man.
I'm like, Dad, no. You don't need to watch this.
Hello, Vintage's dad. We love you. We love your son. He's a great guy.
Yes,
he's our favorite African queen.
Yes. Although, does he get the African queen meme? Is it? Do you think it's awkward for him when he sees this?
Have you ever been feasted by an African king? It'll be me. God damn
it. He sees it. He thinks it's funny.
He's got a good sense of humor. Then
he doesn't get all of it, but he's like, "Oh, you're a black lady," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's me." He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's funny.
Amazing.
He's a transracial. Zanyco for 5 says, "Tell me you love me at first super chat." Hashtag Ben. That's right. Tell me you love me at first sight. Tell me now. Just say it. Say it, and you have it.
Tell me
guys,
I
I'm gonna
created
play.
logic.
I'm gonna play that clip on stream sometime. Ben, I apologize. It's just funny. Okay. It's just
I think
funny. I know you were probably going
it-
through a wacky time.
I think you should
What's
play
up?
with Ben on stream, so you can.
Dude, I have that
explain-
sounder. Tell me you love me at first sight. Tell me now. Thank you, Zanyco. Kristahan for 2 says, "Never sit at tables you were meant to flip." Ooh, that's a good line. That's a good line. I think there's
like
something
that.
to that, actually. Yeah. Don't sit
I
at
like it a
tables that
lot.
you were meant to flip. Yeah. Don't make peace with people you were meant to cast out. I think there's a lot there. That's actually deep, Chris. Damn.
I'm
Wow.
screenshotting that.
Yeah. Never sit at tables you were meant to flip. Thank you, Chris. Josh for 2 says, "Do Mormon use computer?" Does Josh use an S for $2? How about that?
Moment, you
What was that sound?
Moment,
Matt for 2 says, "Put me in, coach. Happy to add another Mormon voice." Man, we can't. We're already 3 hours in. We can't make this the Mormon stream. It already was.
Epidemic, dude. Where are they
That's a
coming
wild
from?
stream. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it, sir. Listen, the Redoubt stream is perfect for theological disputes. What's up?
Ran and asked where they're coming from. I said they're coming from other Mormons.
Yeah. Noob Crasnator for $10 says, "This is why I love these streams. Never know what might happen or be discussed. Also, sorry, Richard, for not reminding you after the other stream." Yeah, thank you for the $10. So that's very generous. And yeah, you have no idea what's coming up on these streams. Moonman for 5 says, "It's only for the Jews, their golems, the Nigerex, and gays that we take a break from playing Minecraft with people who like Jesus, but the wrong way." Well, see, that's the difference, is that they have a different ontological understanding of Jesus. So it's like if a Muslim says God and I say God, just because they're the same word, they don't have the same referent, right? So it's like if some pagan says, "Oh yeah, the god Odin," and I said, "Oh yeah, I also like God," we're not referencing the same person there. So it's, even if they have the same name, like, it's a totally different referent, which is why it's complicated, Moonman. Mike Concho for 2 says, "I dry fire at your PFP, Richard." Based. Thank you, Mike Concho. Moonman for 2 says, "Post them grippers, Jake. Gonna make another PFP." Unbelievable, Moonman.
These guys, man.
These guys are wacky. All right, over on Ko-Fi, I know I saw Fresh Pinochet was throwing up all over us. Junosian says, "When are we getting fun streams shitting on gun companies and done shit like that? Because this stuff gets depressing." I agree. It would be way more fun just to talk about like another SIG blowing up or something else like that. That would be way more fun to actually talk about. Fresh
I had
Pinochet.
a very cool gun picked out to talk about, but people got to be crazy and do dumb
Oh,
stuff.
is it that Halo gun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and this is the one that, this is my favorite, like, anti-Islam or anti-Muslim verse, but Galatians 1:8. But even if we or an angel from heaven, Angel Moroni, or I forget what angel it was for the Prophet Muhammad, false Prophet Muhammad, should preach to you a gospel contrary to the one we preach to you, let him be accursed. Galatians 1:8. And that was from Fresh Pinochet on Ko-Fi. Thank you, sir.
The parallels between the origins of Islam and Mormonism are striking.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the fact that, like, when it comes to the Book of Mormon and I just forgot, the Quran, heavily plagiarized from other texts.
That's
so I mean,
interesting.
there's lots of because the Quran has a lot of striking similarities to the Talmud. A lot of
Let's
very,
get
like,
Mungus on the
almost
stream.
Yeah, we'll have him talk about it. Yeah, that's right. Now we're an anti-Islam stream. That's the next.
We don't want to bring him on. Do we really want to bring him on?
I don't want to. I want to get out of here. I don't know what you guys do. We have a fun test after this. Don't you worry. We're not going anywhere.
Bedtime.
Fresh Pinochet says, "I'm going to commit USPSA stolen valor and argue with all the M-class shooters about why they misunderstand shooting and believe the half truths about it too." Yeah, I mean, there might be a little bit there that would be relevant to the current conversation at hand. But thank you very much, Pinochet. Mitzvot TV for 2 says, "John," which I just looked up and just forgot. John 17:12 is weird for people to understand. And let's do the, I don't want new. NIV, get out of here. Unbelievable. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in your name. Those who you gave me, I have kept, and none of them is lost except the son of perdition, that the scripture might be fulfilled. And I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to reference there, Mitzvot.
I think he was talking about when Jesus is praying to God and the idea of
right.
Jesus being God, praying to God, and the basically just the confusion in the Trinity that seems to be within an LDS church.
Right. And I do get that this is complicated to understand, but we do believe in the Trinity and a hypostatic union between the three people, right? So we have one person in Christ, but we have two natures, right? So we have fully human, divine that you can touch, interact with, hear, he can eat. He's a fully human and fully divine, right? So one person, Christ, two natures, right? And you need to be fully human so that he can take on the sins of humanity, and fully divine because he also shares an ontological nature with God, right? And so the fact that his fully, well, correct, and the fact that his human form is conversing with God using his human faculties, right, is because he is fully human and fully God. Complicated, but checks out with Scripture.
The Son is not the Father, but the Son and the Father are both God, if that makes sense, right? And it's it is a very complicated thing to understand. I think, again, as like a finite being that's very singularly dimensional in the way we exist, I think it's a very alien, almost extra dimensional thing that we have to try and understand. So
some would say supernatural.
Absolutely.
Right. So there are, like, when he's, I don't want to dog Mormons or Muslims or people for saying, well, there's like mysteries, because there are absolutely mysteries of faith that you have to take on faith. You can't actually know everything, right?
You just can't use mysteries for every
as an excuse for everything, right?
Everything.
And then it's, well, I don't know about that, or I don't know what the church used to say, so it's a mystery. But I mean, as Paul says, like, we see as though through a glass darkly, right? We see shapes and forms, not the true thing. Moonman for 5 says, going to call a Mormon army buddy that I haven't talked to in years and call him gay just for this, then hang up, refusing to elaborate. Well, it'll probably make his day, so you should do that, Moonman. Gas station boner pill vet for Loco Enjoyer for 2 says, Episcopalian in the his house. What up, nerds? Well, hey, what's up, Episcopalian? Bro, Episcopalian, that's like an offshoot of Presbyterianism, isn't it? Am I crazy about that? See, I can't even keep up with all the Protestant denominations.
Can't spell Episcopalian without piss.
I thought it was a urological disorder.
Well, I mean, Episcopate is part of all churches, right? But Episcopalian is just a reference to church leadership.
If he doesn't go to the First Baptist Church of Greenboro with Pastor Bob, he's not really a Christian.
I hate that.
The classic.
Yeah. Moonman for 2 says, read Zany Co's post about them Tootsies. Oh, Richard, did you save it or see it? I have no idea. I am not going that far back, bro. That was a while ago
crazy.
Now.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy. You showed your feet on stream. You put them up to the camera. You let the chat sniff your toes. What are you talking about them being crazy, dog?
Jake, I want you to go and look at Gloop's profile picture right now.
Oh, John, they're saying you messed up.
Just look at it. I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I think he did 1712, and it was supposed to be 1721. I think it was
1721.
Yeah,
oh, okay, sorry. My bad. My
he
bad.
Said
and again,
be a petulant child.
In every chapter of John, Christ references himself and God the Father as equal. So John 17:21, New King James Version, says that they all may be one, as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, that they may be one in us, that the world may believe that you sent me. Right. So he's saying that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. Right. They share that divine nature. Okay. Sorry. The Lightsport for 2 says Musta, mile time. That's not nice. He sounded like a nice gentleman late at night for some people, and so I actually do genuinely appreciate him coming on and talking with us. Now, I did actually think that Bishop was a higher official in the Mormon Church, not just like a pastoral position, but a higher position than that. But still, I'm talking to a Mormon pastor. Very interesting. It's probably the first time I've ever talked to a Mormon bishop. So
I think he sounded like he was Pennsylvania Dutch for sure.
Yeah, well, for him it's midnight and he has to wake up tomorrow. So Moonman for 5 says, speaking for my fellow Fed posters, Pinochet and Freezer, they are poor. Why does he need quote unquote prep? ? Well, so you would be shocked about how many Protestant pastors would not be able to answer basic questions about Christianity.
Which is not good.
Which is a bad thing. Yes, I agree, it's a bad thing. At least with Catholicism or with Orthodoxy, like getting into the priesthood is a long, arduous, like set in stone process. Like you need to know A through Z, right? For some pastors, they've never even been to seminary.
Dude.
Like never, right? They were just chosen from their congregation. So I'm not sure how it works if you have to go to like, if you have to have a degree, Mormon degree from one of the, because Mormons have a lot of really good universities, right? So I'm not sure how that works for Mormon bishops, but for Protestants, I know that is a huge problem. For sure. Moonlight for Pipe says, so this is the L. Ron Hubbard thing, right? Does John Travolta make a movie about this? No, that's the other one. That's Scientology. Also very wacky. Moonman for 5 says, you can believe whatever you want. Yeah, okay, that's not how religion works. Yeah, when there's too many gaps, that's where, because I just ask questions, and if you don't have answers to questions, then it's like, well, if you don't know, I don't know either. So I don't know how I could convert to this. Thank you, Moonman.
I had more questions the longer that he
spoke. Gas station boner.
I think he was getting.
Well, and to be completely fair, like he just spur of the moment asked to come on, and there are 5 of us versus, or 4 of us for the most part versus him, right? So it wasn't like he wasn't necessarily prepared to quote chapter and verse of every inch of Mormon doctrine. Canada has 3 months to turn in all guns or prison.
Really?
Oh, is Canada doing something else?
Really?
It's the day of the rake, boys.
Day of the rake.
Wait, is that true? Is that not
that actually might work in our favor, boys, if they come down here.
Yeah, give me all your SPT 40s that you've converted into bolt actions, you godless fucking.
Yeah.
Your 5-round bolt, what is it? Not belt feds.
Oh yeah, yeah. They have. So there's an amnesty period, and they have until March 1st of 2026. So they have 6 months.
No way, dude.
Yeah. Well, there was a banning of an additional 179 makes and models, and they have until March 1st, 2026 to turn them in.
Ooh,
what a hellscape!
Fucking.
Well, that was after
dude.
They were like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you can't walk in public lands anymore. Like you can't go out in the woods. You got to stay in your home forever." How about that? Canada sucks.
The more
they sold out. They sold out your country to Chinese people and Indians. How does that make you feel, Canadians?
I mean, damn.
I feel like we need to liberate them from their totalitarian.
I feel like we have problems here that we need to settle first.
I just
find it
there's
weird.
people, there's
There's
Canadians on Twitter who are like our NATO allies. We're going to invade the U.S. with this Trump dictatorship. I've seen a couple of those bot farm.
Well, you know what they'll do is
really
they'll import 100 million Indians to do the fighting.
Yeah, well, they have the upper body strength of what, a 13-year-old white girl?
And that doesn't matter when they're driving a Mack truck, sir.
It's not going to matter when I have a RPK or whatever. Well,
that's right.
I'm not going to Fed post on Maine.
Yeah, this hypothetical Canuck War, the Great Northern War.
The hypothetical Canuck War.
Moonman for 5 says, LMAO, I am vindicated as always in my intolerance of other religions. Yes, well, Christianity is not a tolerant religion. Christianity is not a universalist religion. We're not to be uniate with heretics. That's expressly denied. And in Galatians 1:8 as well. It's like if you have somebody that's preaching another doctrine, whether by prophet or by angel, you are to consider them accursed, right? So this very strong language, which is why Protestants, Orthodox, and Catholics kill each other for 300 years. Moonman for 5 says, may God forgive me, but I would rather listen to Protestants and Ortho bros. Well, yeah, of course, right? Now, I listened to some Mormon content from ex-Mormons, which is why I know just some, little talking points off the top of my head. Not that I'm an expert in anything, but yeah, if I'm listening to actual apologetics, it's going to be Orthodox or Protestant. Or
I do really hope he looks up Apologia, because those are some hard-hitting apologetics towards Mormons.
Leafy Guy for 2 says, let me join this stream. Dude, we've had too many people on. We're 3 hours and 15 minutes. And Moonman for 2 says, on behalf of chat, get us the rotten fruit. Yeah, the tomatoes. Get the tomatoes out. I think there's a tomato emoji that I made you guys.
Wait, here.
Boo.
I can get the fruit.
Should have a vote to play that kind of thing, like for the chat.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, I had a whole other thing prepared. I don't know if we're going to get to it tonight, but I'll let the chat decide. Do you guys want to do the IDR Labs fascism test, testing your degree of fascism?
Yes. I already did mine.
I didn't do mine.
Don't spoil it, because I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Okay, the chat can
Can
see
we
how
tell you what I
Christo-fascist I
got?
am. Nope, not yet. Nope. At the end, we'll compare notes. Okay.
Can we say Wednesday?
Zany, well, you can go to bed, Richard. I know you're an old man. Zanyco for 5 says, congrats on Area 3. I have Area 5 on Sunday. Well, good luck for that. Yeah, Area 3 was my best match of all time. With still some points left on the table by me for sure. And I was very happy to do it. Basically matched my M ranking in a major match, which I'm very happy with. So, well, hopefully we can carry that momentum forward next year. But good luck, sir, and I hope you do quite well. Thank you, Zany. Chud for 2 says, updated handguard tier list when? Well, the last handguard tier list killed my co-host. So maybe Wednesday.
Richard doesn't have any kids though.
He's gonna do something. It's just cursed.
Like
I can't.
don't worry.
I can't. It's just screeching in the corner. Screeching like a retard. What do you mean?
It
Wow.
was so fucking loud in my ears. I turned my fucking mic. Oh my god.
Dude, he did that to me earlier.
I felt my heart rate go up to like
Yeah.
what is it?
That was
Like
nuts.
the where I should be after like a 30-minute run.
Imagine you're sitting in a quiet room and that just plays blasting in your earphones and you have no idea what's coming.
That triggered my fight or flight response, John.
Chris Dahan says Joseph Smith is Muhammad in disguise. Well, I think it's a Western Muhammad in a way, right? Thank you, Chris Dahan.
I should have asked him, do Mormons believe that Christ, after he was resurrected, he went to the natives? Yeah,
Correct,
I should have
yes,
asked him about that.
Well, I wasn't even going to get into the Book of Abraham, which Joseph Smith translated from ancient Egyptian texts that ended up to be translated not too much later that were completely false, and all of Joseph Smith's translations were just nonsense, like not accurate at all. And he allegedly translated them with a divine revelation, right? But
Yeah,
then
he
now, he couldn't have possibly known. It was just gibberish.
Well, he could. From what I read is that he
claimed that Abraham himself wrote those texts, and it was generic Egyptian burial texts.
Well, from my understanding is he claimed to translate them, and then he couldn't retranslate them afterwards.
Well, he didn't finish translating them.
Oh,
which was the problem, right? And then they were quote unquote lost until they were rediscovered again in Chicago somewhere because they were thought to be lost in the Chicago fire. But then they were found and translated, and they were like, "Wow, whatever Joseph Smith wrote down was." Which is funny because it was in Egypt at the time. Now, Joseph Smith couldn't have known this in America at the time because information doesn't travel like this. But they were very close to actually translating this stuff. So he had no idea that we even possessed the ability to translate it as he was, quote unquote, translating it himself via divine revelation. Moonman for 2 says, yes, do it, peasant. Fine, we'll do it. I don't got anything better to do. Thank you, Moonman. Mitzvot for 2 says, my Sense Arms 2-piece FF rails falls where on the list? Oh, so the Centurion Arms 2-piece rails, if they're the ones that bolt around the barrel nut, those are pretty solid. And I like most of Centurion's stuff. I kind of wish their stuff was a little bit more price competitive so I could actually buy it. You know, because if it's more expensive than like Geisley or Criterion, I'm like, I don't know if I want to drop that much on a handguard. But thank you, Mitzvot. I appreciate it. It's a good rail. Okay. All right, here we go. Gentlemen, if I understand it's very late. If at any point you guys need to hop off, just feel free. But I'm gonna power through this autistic fascism test. And we're gonna see how heckin' fascistic I am. Okay. So, as the American legal scholar David S. D'Amato has pointed out, much of the meaning contained in the word fascism has been lost in its constant and lazy employment as a general term of abuse, though fascism and fascist have long been pejorative catchwords employed by both right and left in their denouncement of anything they do not like. Fascism is in fact no catch-all, but a definite political ideology situated at a complex crossroads between conservatism and liberalism. By adopting elements from each of these political philosophies as its own while simultaneously denouncing others, fascism manages to strike out as a quote-unquote fourth way of doing politics and a definite system of government. Does your political outlook share any of fascism doctrine? Let's find out. Okay, so organizations like the Freemasons and similar secret lodges cannot be trusted since they have their own agendas. Way agree. Way agree. Masons and, you know, some of these other secretive groups are the big gay. Big gay. All right. The honor and worth of a people is proportional with the contributions it has made to global civilization. If a people has not contributed much, it is of little worth. Little worth? Well, that's what do they mean by worth, though? Are they saying like we should disregard them? That's complicated. I do agree, right, that societies that have done more should be like emphasized more, but I wouldn't say that they have no worth.
This one sounds like bullshit to me because
I think it's a catch term. I generically do agree, though, that like I do care more about Switzerland's contributions to the world than Zimbabwe's. You know, or Malawi, or whatever third world country you want to say. Oh, wait, what happened? What? Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong one. Question 3. The individual cannot really claim any rights against the state since the state grants him these rights in the first place. Hard disagree for me personally. I don't think rights really exist. I think rights boil down mostly to force. And if you want to go with rights, they come from God himself, not from the state.
Yeah, the state doesn't grant the rights. It simply recognizes them.
Question 428. If a people has to accomplish much throughout the course of its history, that tells you something about the worth of that people. Again, generically, I agree with that. Yeah. Like if a society commits evil atrocities and holds other people back, like it is of less worth or less moral good than
or
countries that do
build
more.
a bridge, or they can't do anything.
They never invented the wheel.
Or they get a bunch of infrastructure and they let it all rot. And
what do you mean?
Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't say it's entirely dependent on worth, right? So I wouldn't say that just because they haven't accomplished anything, they're worth less, which is why I didn't full agree, but mostly agree with it.
Vintage, I'll have you know, many great things were invented in Africa, like the smoke detector.
Like Vintage.
Like Vintage Warfare himself, yeah.
Thank you.
Like you. Yeah.
Queen of Africa.
Politically speaking, the state is a second-order consequence, the derived effect of a people laying claim to their homelands and flourishing there. That I also generically agree with. Yes, states form out of people. Nations form out of a people group. There's an ethnic component to states and nations. Question 6 of 26. All the people are essentially worth the same, no matter their race, gender, nationality, or IQ. I have to disagree with it. Because, like, if we're talking about do they have worth in the Christian sense, yes, all people are made in God's image, right? I believe that. But if we're talking about like value to society, I believe that the man with 14 felonies walking around on a subway murdering people has less worth, you know. But that's not really based, although it kind of is though. So maybe worth the same. Yeah, it's a mild disagree or like a halfway disagree.
What if we're talking about worth on the scale of like black market organs?
Well, that's also complicated. The free market is the most efficient way of organizing the economy known to man.
It's saying
the free market doesn't exist. It's technically correct, but I wouldn't fully agree because the thing about a free market. Okay, here's my inner economist coming to the front. Okay, the free market doesn't exist. It's not real. It can't hurt you. The reason why the free market doesn't exist is because we are in it. We are actors upon the market. So no market is truly free from outside influence. When people say free market, they mean government influence, right? So usually they're like, well, it's free from government influence. But let's say there's no government influence on the market. Amazon controls the market then, right? It just becomes a oligarchy, right? So it's like Is technically like a level of free market the best? Probably, but I still wouldn't go full bore in it, right? So the free market, as most people say it, does not actually exist. In the end, economic and technological strength cannot compete with the spiritual strength of a people that has faith in their country. We're talking, this is like the gay like Ewoks versus the Empire. No, I believe the Empire is economic and technological strength usually do win. Like usually win. Now, I don't think that the spiritual strength and the faith that people have in their country is a bad thing, certainly. So I'm not going to go full disagree, but I think that's just a little silly, a little idealistic. The mode of organization employed by the military is an efficient one. And institutions like schools, the police, and firefighters could generally benefit from adopting more of the military's practices and discipline.
Yeah, I don't think the.
But I don't really.
The military is
efficient?
organized, but it's not.
Which
efficient.
military?
Yeah, what does this mean? Like generically, do I think running things more militaristically is better? I'm gonna just stay in the middle. I don't think not no and not yes. Like maybe.
The question's too broad, right? Like
Yeah,
there's a big difference
that doesn't mean
between
anything.
like the US military versus the Swiss military versus this military out in Ethiopia, right? Like all three are so radically different than each other. Like you can't, I don't think it's comparable.
So I'm
How is
gonna
Derek-
just stay in the middle for that. I don't
How is
know about
Derek
that.
gonna feel when he sees this and realizes you're a centrist? It's gonna blow his mind, John.
We will see. Okay, so question 10. It is not logical or efficient to have several companies all making the same tire, the same wrench, the same cable, etc. So the state should step in to coordinate their efforts. Well, what if it is? What if you need that many companies manufacturing that? It's like we have all these car companies competing with each other, which is in general a good thing. Now, the problem with everything in America is that it's all subsidized. All the big companies are subsidized. Like every single one of them, without fail, are subsidized by the American taxpayer. But in general, I disagree because I think it is logical and efficient to have multiple companies doing the same thing in different ways. And I think, especially in a place like America, where it is so vast that you have to have multiple companies taking advantage of multiple different areas, different sectors, to fully saturate the market and whatever it might be.
Well, I think
So,
too,
yeah,
like the part of the question is like the solution is the state regulates, right? Like it's not just saying like it's not efficient to do these things, but if it does, the state has a responsibility to step in, which is communism.
Yeah. Well, so Fratricide says competition inevitably drives innovation. I actually disagree with that. So let's talk about fast food. So do you think fast food has gotten better or worse over the last 25 years?
Worse and more expensive.
It's garbage now, right? It's because instead of innovating in a positive way, they simply cut costs and raised prices, right? So in some sectors, I agree, you can compete to innovate to try and get a technological edge. Like let's say maybe in the car sphere, maybe in the telephone sphere, there's you're trying to get an edge on the next person. Although most of the time it's actually the opposite. It's a race to the bottom. It's like clothes manufacturing. Is it a technological competitive edge? No, it is how cheap can we make this? So it is actually a race to the bottom, which is why you'll see, oh, well, we've had competition in this sector for the last 100 years. Surely our clothes are made better now than they were 100 years ago. And you're like, well, actually, no. Actually, they're worse and they're shittier and they're made overseas.
Well, companies coordinate too. Like they know that like a certain company occupies a certain spot in the market and they'll work with each other to not compete.
Mm-hmm. Well, the competition means different things, right? So competition to win, you're going to win by whatever means necessary. So it's not necessarily innovation. It can be innovation, but it can be the one that cuts the most corners wins in the long run, right? Because they're just able to survive. The struggle between rich and poor, between capital owners and laborers, is a more significant driver of history than the struggle between nations. Hard disagree. No, nations struggling is way more impactful than rich and poor. Like we've had rich and poor lords fighting all throughout the ancient world, all through the Middle Ages. It's only up until more recently, the last couple hundred years, that we've seen this Marxist ideology of rich and poor, right?
This entire test seems like it was written through the lens of Marxist ideology.
Yeah, it's a
running a bit.
test.
Yeah, running a business is not very hard, and as a rule, the business owner doesn't possess any special skills that are not also possessed by his workers. Hard disagree. If they could do it, they would have. When it comes down to it, politics is mostly about the distribution of money, materials, and resources. A people's values and religion are just icing on the cake. Nope, I think it's quite the opposite. I think politics is downstream from culture, which is downstream from ethnicity. I think that is, and ethnicity and religion. I think those are the two biggest factors in people's politics, not just money and materials. Which is, again, that seems like that is a Marxist question. Economic losses from the workers' strikes and employer lockouts are just too massive to allow market forces to sort these things out from by themselves. This is complicated because there are some times, like let's say you're a nation at war and you have a workers' strike in like some manufacturing sector, right? And you're like, well, actually, guys, we can't have this. So the state is actually going to physically intervene and make sure that our manufacturing stays up. So I could construct a scenario in which worker strikes and employer lockouts are actually too massive to allow for the sake of the nation. I could construct that scenario. But in general, I kind of have to disagree. With a few exceptions, I disagree. A person who has nothing to hide has nothing to fear from government surveillance. I think people just want to be left alone. Like, come on, man. Warfare is the only state that shows what a given people is made of. No, I think that can be, but I don't think that is the only way. I think that what people have done in peacetime, you can look at all the beauty that Europe has created, the West has created over the last 3 millennia, basically. I think you can look back at all of that with pride, and it's not all through warfare. Warfare can, but it's not the only way.
But I think it's shaped it, right? I mean, in European history specifically, I mean, it shaped
a lot of warfare. But I think if you look at it through that lens and you say it's mostly war, well, but most people throughout history did not die in war. Most people in history did not participate in war. Like, now war gets the highlight. War is the highlight reel for sure, right? That's what people focus on, right? But people don't focus on the 100-year period of peace in Germany where they built the biggest cathedral on earth, right? That's not like a highlight reel because nothing.
War died from infection, from cuts, dysentery. Like it wasn't actual battles that killed the people.
Well, two things to add to that. Most of the time, where we have like the highest level of technological advancement is when wars occur, and it's also when there's usually the largest degree of like economic stimulation. At least in modern times, I don't know. Like going back,
that can be
arguable.
true, but I think there's also economic downturns that come along with it post-war, right?
Yes,
that can happen quite a bit. So, yeah, right. So it's complicated. It's complicated when these questions are very general. So I would not be surprised if other people came to a different conclusion or a different.
I only ask because I come to a different conclusion. Just with
which is totally fine.
Wars shape how people think about things because they are the highlight reels of history. But obviously, like the plague or whatever. I mean, there was a pretty bad, viral thing going on during World War I. And nobody was ever talking about like the I forget the name of the flu, Spanish flu or whatever.
Yeah, Spanish flu. Yeah.
That's because the worst war in human history was going on at the time. I know it probably sounds stupid, but what shaped the generations that came after was World War I. It wasn't.
But World War I and II are ahistorical, right? Never in the history of mankind has war been on that scale. With that many people in that many places at one time, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's just the nature of technology, though, right? The next World War will be even like more catastrophic if such a thing
that doesn't happen.
It'd be fought by clankers,
probably.
Yeah, clanker. It'll be drone warfare. Watched live on the nearest big screen
in a big stadium too.
Probably. Ethics is a matter of statecraft. Whatever furthers the interests of the state is good. Whatever inhabits is bad. Nope. As a Christian, I have to hard disagree with all of that. Ethics is it can be related to state if it's a Christian state, but in general, it's not connected directly to the state. To view consumer goods and an increase in living standard as an ends in themselves is a sign of moral corruption and decadence. I can actually kind of agree with that, because like if you're going to say, well, America now, it's like, look at the big cars we have and look at how much calories we can eat. Like that's a good thing.
I think the problem is it can be kind of attributed to like Marxism if you say that mindless consumerism is bad.
Correct. I agree.
You know,
well, but I still, that's the thing where maybe I have that in common with people from that side, is I do think that mindless slop consumerism is bad, right? So there is that little nugget of idea that we have in common there. Well, yeah, it's like a DoorDash slop to your door. It's a false decadence, right? It's slop, right? It's how many empty calories, how many crumble cookies can I eat in a day, right? It doesn't matter if you consume 4,000 calories of crumble cookies, right? It doesn't actually mean that the nation's doing well. So I'm going to slight agree with that. People who seek happiness and money who seek happiness through money and material comfort will never achieve it. As a Christian, I do agree with that. That people who seek to satisfy them with vices just end up being controlled by vices. Like that's literally it. Democracy is dangerous to competent statecraft because it forces every political decision to be lowered to a level of stupidity that masses can understand. Mostly agree. The political challenges of today are so serious that they can no longer be solved within traditional paradigms of political thought. I unfortunately have to blackpill and agree, because I don't think that you can vote your way out. I don't think you can dig your way into the pit, but you can't like dig your way out, if that makes sense. You just keep going, especially using the same tools, right? So yeah, I do tend to agree with that. People shouldn't be allowed to spread dangerous political beliefs or ridicule those with whom they disagree without the permission from proper authorities. I think on this show we disagree with that.
You better all the way disagree with that.
No, but here's the thing, though. If you are a free speech absolutist, you have to let a pedophile speak. You have to let the transgender clinic operate and put propaganda on TV, right? Because these are private institutions, right?
Making sure I read that right.
So people shouldn't be allowed to spread dangerous political beliefs or ridicule with those whom they disagree without the permission of proper authorities. Like, so I am not a free speech absolutist, right? Because if you are, you have to let your public school teachers brainwash your children into believing they're a different gender and then prescribe them, hormone replacement therapy or something like that. You allow those people to do that. But I say, well, that is actually a dangerous political belief that will destroy the fabric of our nation and cause us to fall into decay. So I will actually not allow you to do that. Because again, John, I'm wearing the crown. Me. I am not a free speech absolutist.
So you disagree with that one?
I slightly disagree, right?
Okay.
I kind of do.
Because I still in general disagree with that, right? But I would say that there are exceptions to that.
I mean, this is literally the system we live in today, because there is speech that isn't allowed.
Well, here's an appeal to authority, right? It's like the idea that if you have permission from the top down, you can do it, but if you don't, then you're not allowed to, right? So I think like that last.
Well, yeah, but I actually align more with the founding fathers in this, because it's important to remember that within the first century of the founding of our country, we had blasphemy laws on the books.
Yeah, that's true. We had sedition laws too, or
we did.
We couldn't talk bad about John Adams.
And I think that most countries throughout history did. So again, I am not a free speech absolutist, and there's a very few carve outs to that, but they do exist. So while I would fully disagree with it, I would like 90% disagree with it. So I'd probably be closer to full disagree than middle disagree. But I don't know if this is more accurate for this test or not, right? Even though this test is nonsense, but.
I think the founding fathers, if they were around today and if they saw what was going on today, things would be a lot Not the same.
Well, yeah. Do you think they would allow these people to advocate for the like? Of course not, right? So again, that's why there are exceptions. I am middle disagree. There are no universal ethics. I just obviously automatically disagree. What is true and good for one people may be false and bad for another. Mega cringe. A plurality of political parties is necessary to ensure that no one circle of individuals gets too complacent in power. A political. What am I looking for?
It's just saying like necessary. You need multiple parties so that one party
but
doesn't
need
dominate.
like that's the thing. Okay, if you look back throughout history, political parties is a relatively recent advent, if I'm not mistaken, like the last 3-4 centuries.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, like if you look back throughout history, it's either some sort of monarchical system or, a loose republic or federation or, a theistic monarchy or something like that. So again, I do have to mostly disagree with that. Because I don't think you need 12 parties to ensure fairness. I don't think that's a need.
Yeah, I don't think it's a necessity. It's circumstantial, but it's not.
Yeah, I think it can in certain circumstances. It can, right? But I think we've seen how that plays out in our country and most other countries. Like in the UK, right? You can have 45% of the people say like, okay, well, we want like to stop immigration and we want to fix our streets and make our city safe again, right? And stop our young women from getting abused. And you have the other 6 political parties be like, actually, those people are racist. So we're going to band together for a slight majority and then make sure those people can never actually fix any of the problems, right?
So we can get their votes, and that's it.
Yeah, well, but it's like you have people that want to fix the problem, and then everybody else bands together to make sure that they can't. So it's like, are more political parties good for that country? Like, obviously not.
Just means you got to bribe more people, right?
Well, yeah, it almost the more bureaucracy, the more corruption. Like, I think that goes hand in hand. Classical liberalism is essentially an ideology of the past, and modern attempts to reinstate it, aka neoliberalism, are bound to lead to wars.
What's that even mean?
So classical liberalism, like we're talking about like Enlightenment values, right? An ideology of the past and modern attempts to reinstatement, aka neoliberalism, are bound to lead to wars. Well, I think if we're talking about this, like I am not a liberal. I am not liberal in my beliefs. In my eschatology, in my view of the world, like I am not a liberal. So I actually agree that liberalism leads to catastrophe.
Neoliberalism is like a different thing entirely, though. No, I mean
neoliberalism is like what we have now, essentially, right? So like the progressive left are like neoliberals, right? Where it's
we'll find out
it's generically freedom, but like not really, because they'll like advocate for the rights of the oppressed while oppressing the majority to do so, right? While putting a gun to your head.
Mm.
So I actually do agree that neoliberalism and liberalism almost inevitably leads to catastrophe. Now, whether or not that catastrophe means war, I mean, maybe even civil war, you could say. Individuals are more important than the state.
In what context?
Yeah, because like, would I sacrifice the state apparatus for one individual? No. But would I say that individualism is in general more important than like adherence to a state? Like,
yeah,
yes.
Should the state's priority be itself or the individual, right? Like, or is that even what it's asking? It's kind of. It's like a philosophical standpoint, isn't it? Like they're not even saying in relation to like a legal system. They're just like.
Well, but if it's asking me, is one individual worth more than the state? I'd say no, of course not. Like one individual is not worth more than the nation. But are we saying individualism is more important than just blind statism? Like I think individualism and individual exceptionalism leads to the best state, the best society.
I think that's what it's saying. I think it's saying like in the event of like is the rights of the individual more important or the rights of the state more important, or what is best for the individual?
Yeah.
Should that be the state's goal, or should the state's goal be to be best for the state, and then as a circumstance the people benefit? Right.
If I'm understanding it correctly, I am on mostly agree that the individual is more important than the state. If I'm understanding it correctly.
I think so.
Politicians have a responsibility not to upset the traditional ways of the communities that live according to their time-honored customs, values, and creeds. Actually, yes, because if those are their constituents, like, yes, of course. Well, so this is actually, I do agree that. Well, so that's the problem. Is okay. Who's the new mayor in New York? Some Muslim guy, right? Who said he's going to spend $1 million a year to fund people going after Antifa and stuff like that. Like he is set out to change the traditions and to tear down the customs and values and creeds of the nation, right? They want to explicitly change. And I would say that's evil. And that's why we have places like Dearborn, Michigan, that now they play on the loudspeakers, prayers, 5-6 times a day at all hours of the day from their mosques. And that is protected by the state against the will, against the customs of the country.
Yeah.
But I say yes. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Next. Last one. If a state is to protect the freedom of its citizens in the long run, the state itself must be free to make controversial or unlawful decisions when necessary.
Unlawful?
Well, I mean, there are edge cases, right, where you could say, well, technically it's not legal for them to deploy the military in certain places, but you could construct some sort of like pre-Civil War scenario where
communist separatists. That's it.
Yeah, something like that. So I mean,
or like the Patriot Act.
Well, the Patriot Act, yeah, so that's complicated, right? Because then it's like, well, I disagree with that, but could you construct a situation in which it makes sense? Like maybe. So I'm just going to leave it in the middle.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I think it's a case by case basis because I think there are individuals where it's like, well, if the people the target, and their individual liberties are being stripped away for their benefit, right? Crypto fascist, look at that.
Oh, I am a crypto fascist. Heck yeah. Damn, all right. Yes. Wait, so what do the different levels mean?
I can't wait.
I got 52% crypto fascist. How do I get more?
Congratulations.
What's more?
You got, that's the journey you're on, John. You just got.
Okay, so this is interesting. So I'm going to read out the description they give. So it would appear there is significant degree of agreement between your preferred political doctrines and those of fascism, since fascism is really a mix of communism, socialism, conservatism, and liberalism, which is okay. So it's a mix of everything. I don't. All right.
Centrist.
With a few innovations. I have no idea, dude. You need to do it. You're probably going to get more crypto fascists than me. All right, so with a few innovations of its own, it is scarcely surprising that most people's political outlook will have a few similarities with the doctrines of fascism. However, even after taking these thresholds into account, the most likely interpretation of your answers on the test is that you are someone who is right on the verge of being a fascist proper. All right, now we're talking. Now, maybe you don't think of yourself in that way, but nevertheless, research in the social sciences has repeatedly shown that a significant percentage of the population is naturally attracted to authoritarian political doctrines, of which fascism is but one example. In fact, one study even found that in the case of people who are drawn to order and control, these values are more important to them than mainstream political parameters, such as the traditional left and right. In all likelihood, those values are among the most important ones to you as well. All right.
Now you need to, you need to go to Tim Keller and repent for your fascism.
Wait, so sorry, Jake. Now that I've done it, I'm 52%. 52%. What did you get?
I got a 66.
66. Now, what's the 66? Is that
I believe it's
fascist?
Ardent. I think it's ardent. Whatever that means.
Ardent fascist.
Ardent, yeah. So.
Ardent fascist. What? Damn, it's real. I am a crypto fascist. Tragic.
Right,
well, actually, not tragic.
What is this on? I'm gonna just fucking do this.
I guess it's time to start throwing my boys, you know?
All right, well, here, I will send it to you right now, Vintage, and just do it while I'm reading out the support, sir. Just do it real fast. 52%, though. A real crypto fascist. I'm a bit of a fascist myself, you'd say. Apparently. Fresh Pinochet over on Ko-Fi says, a helicopter solves the Canada problem. Indeed, just a few helicopter tours away from peace. Bill Dautier got a 57%, so you're a little bit more fast. That's like one question difference between us, just one. I'm going to put this link in chat as well, so you guys can attempt to read it if you want, I guess. Let me see. Actually, over here on Rumble, sorry if you're not here. Mr. Noom for 2 says AKs are fat and gay, which I full-heartedly agree with. And McLeod 2486 says they burned down the mayor of Portland's apartment complex after he tried to associate with them, deploying the military as necessary. And again, that's one of those cases where, like, yep, I agree. These people are bad actors and need to be dealt with. 100%. All right. Moonman says, focus libtard. Am I right, chat? Nope. Anytime somebody calls me a libtard, I have proof. John is a crypto fascist. Thank you, Moonman.
Good job.
Moonman again says competition is only to make more money than the other guy. It doesn't mean you are going to outdo the other guy, it just means you're going to be cheaper. Yeah. Competition doesn't always mean innovation, unfortunately, unless it's innovating ways to make things shittier. Thank you, Moonman. Mitspot. Oh, sorry. I just dropped the link in chat. Says link to test so we can post Discord stats. Yes, actually, let me post this in general because I want to see how good you guys can do here.
I want to see Derek take the test.
Well, he's an actual neoliberal, so he's going to get like 4% or something gay. Moonman for 5 says situational. Am I in charge? If yes, censorship based. If no, cringe. True. Thank you, Moonman. Just some Space Cowboy for 5 says still streaming at almost 1 a.m. Eastern. Must have been a good stream. What did I miss?
Nothing.
It's complicated, bro. It's complicated. It's very complicated. Thank you. Damn, I'm a low scorer on this. I'm a bit of a pussy.
Gotta pump those numbers.
Gotta pump those numbers up, Johnny boy.
Way higher.
Just some Space Cowboy says, so in Dearborn, they used the First Amendment to violate the First Amendment. Well, that's the thing. These people will only talk about the First Amendment when it's used as a weapon against you, right? Like if you try and have prayer in a public school building or something, they will hammer you with free speech, right? But for Muslims blaring their prayers over the loudspeaker, they'll be like, "Hey, you American bigot, you can't. First Amendment protects those Muslims against people like you. How dare you?" Right? So the rules are only used as a hammer against you. They will break them with no regard, which is why you need to stop playing by these people's rules, all right? Thank you, Just Some Space Cowboy. I greatly appreciate that, man. Hope you're having a good night. All right. Let's see. Yeah, your laws, their weapons. All right. Well, we're just waiting for vintage here. Man. All right, somebody got an 86. So the 80 and above is bona fide fascist. So not ardent, but bona fide.
That one gets
not
you on the
bona
list.
fide. Renan, have you tried it yet?
No, I was busy. I didn't get to earlier, but I'll probably take it a little bit later.
No rush for it.
Oh, okay. So I looked back. It says bona fide on mine too. It doesn't say ardent. I don't know where I got the word ardent from.
What score did you get?
I got a 66, but it's still bona fide.
Oh. Well, this guy got 86 and it says bona fide.
It
sounds
seems
like it's broken.
I think it only has a few because we've seen bona fide fascist, we've seen crypto fascist, and there's fascist fellow traveler, and it seems to be like if 44% got your fascist fellow traveler, West took it, and then Lost got a 64%. He got crypto fascist. So I think that like when you look at the scores, it looks like there's only maybe 3 designations.
Oh, okay, that's lame.
Maybe 3 or 4.
Maybe they didn't randomly give you a.
I was hoping they were going to be 5 different variants for the different levels. So yeah,
There may be one for like really low, right?
If you get like 0 to 10, surely you're like not a fascist, right?
I imagine. Yeah, I just don't think anyone scored that low.
Is that a high score?
I don't know. I got 73%.
73. All right. Okay. Is that bona fide?
It's passing grade, dude.
Let me see. Oh no. Yeah, bona fide.
Damn, I feel like a liberal in the room right now. This sucks.
You're bona fide.
I thought I was like fairly not that hardcore about it, but apparently it was 73%.
John's just a poser fascist. He's not really.
Yeah, dude. My crypto fascism is the least fascist person on this panel. It's like, here we go. Put the helmet on. I'm wearing the crown.
What if, now hear me out. What if John is the leak? John is the PSI leak.
It's me working with PSI. I am.
Oh my gosh,
dude, yes,
dude.
and I'm just trying to expose and dox members of my Discord. My Discord is the honeypot, right?
It's
and
your,
I am the asset. I am
Somebody
the
clip
asset.
It's your
the weapon.
It's your split personality that you don't
Speaking of,
actually
Jake,
do.
do you want to play Helldivers? You want to play Space Fascism Simulator after this? By the way.
Oh man, I gotta work
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Daniel Stat got 43%. Is 43 still crypto fascist though? Because that's probably still crypto fascist. So you're in bed with me. Well, that's probably bad phrasing, but you could say we're no. I was gonna say bedfellows, but that doesn't make it any better.
You know, Daniel Stanton.
It's basically the same thing.
If you become a member on the chat, though, you you could get into bed with John.
You could get. Wait, no, Renan, that was a secret. You weren't supposed to say that. That was a perk.
Hey,
No, but if you pay him money, he'll
numbers
talk
up,
in a
dude.
female voice.
That's true. Well,
that's
just
what
for
that's
that,
for.
Jake. Actually, let me see. I have a good one around here somewhere.
Oh.
Jake, it's I, Master Chief. Do you accept your mission to retake Cairo Station from the split-lip Covenant bastards?
The Squiggers.
Pick a squigger, baby.
It's literally John Halo, bro.
Literally,
no?
John Halo.
Can you with that voice? Can you say "I am the focus trip"?
I am the focus trip.
There you go. That's the.
They come across good. I don't hear myself when I talk, so.
Is there an
sounds
Indian
good to
one?
everybody.
Is there an Indian one?
Let me see if I can find one real fast.
You might have to talk with an accent while you do it.
Or do a Trump one.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll find one. Give me just a second, boys. Indian. No results found. Oh, wait, no, here we go.
I just hear Dank with that voice.
Sir, here is Raji Tech Support. Can I help you, sir? Does this work well? Is this good? I cannot tell if this does work. Listen, you need to enter in your telephone number and your social security. Does this help? Is it bad?
You
Can you
sound
hear
like
yourself?
dude.
No.
You sound like the guards in Half-Life.
You sound like
Yes.
you sound like Darth Vader from Spaceballs.
It's too loud, John. It's too loud.
Yeah, then also no. Stop.
You gotta stop.
It's so loud. It's so loud.
My apologies. Sorry about that.
It sounds like you are.
There's nothing like.
Sounds like a Dearborn loudspeaker right now. That's
I
good.
literally was gonna say that. It sounds like you live next to a Dearborn mosque.
Is this one good?
Unreal.
Hello? Is this playing something? What's going on?
It's just playing an audio in the background.
Oh, it is. Is it? Oh, that's really gay.
Yeah.
No, that's super lame. Yeah, I won't.
That was so loud.
All right. What about Ronnie? Is this one okay?
What?
Hello, sir. Can you enter in your social security number? No, nothing.
It's not doing anything.
It's not just normal. Oh, that's gay. Here's an Indian girl accent.
Hello, sir. How does this work? Does it work okay?
No, it's not even. No.
Is it good or bad?
Do you pay for this?
Well, so these are community voices, but then the actual pro voices are. Let me see. Where did they go?
Dude, it's like auto-tuned. What is it?
Sorry, my bad. Oh, here we go. Sorry.
They're scamming you. They're scamming you.
My bad. There's some of them pretty good.
John.
Hello. Is this one good? Hello, how's it going?
That one's good.
Yeah.
It's got music.
All right. Fantastic. Well, I can turn the background off if that works better. Hello, gents. It is I, the presidential narrator, here to guide you across tonight in our programming material.
That's a good radio voice.
I don't know what's going on.
Doesn't sound like you're on like an AM radio.
John, I saw some people in the
me.
chat. You have the crown on and you haven't even said it once.
It is the 4-hour mark, John.
There is a 4-hour mark, which, sorry, I still have it on. You guys
tell me when I still have it on.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right. But yeah, damn. Okay. So that's it, guys. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. It's 4 hours, dog. So, Renaud, what do you got coming up?
Well, I bought some of that Badlands 308 ammo in the 175 grain NAS 3 stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen. It chronos 200 feet per second faster than its brass counterparts with the 175s.
What are you chronoing it at? Out of what barrel?
So I have not shot it yet. I just got it in today. But the chrono speeds on Badlands site. Let me look. The 308s 175s are going. So they're really fast. Out of a 13-inch barrel, I think the chronos were like 2,500 feet per second.
That's faster.
And out of a 16-inch LMT, they're going 2644. In a 18-inch SR25, the 175s are going 2728. So that's
hot.
Those are pretty hot. So I'm going to put them through some hogs here pretty soon. But I think I with those speeds, I think I got to re-zero my system too.
Oh, it's going to be off for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
You're doing what to your hog, Brandon?
I'm gonna.
Jake, what do you got going on, homie?
Nothing really. I'm just glad to be here. Sorry you guys had to see my feet, my grippers, as they say.
I'm sorry you did that.
Hey, I saw it in the chat, so I just obliged. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Thanks. Christ is king. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Vintage, what do you got going on, homie?
I don't know. Same.
If you think military surplus firearms are cool, you're a dumb fuck. Those were originally made by the lowest bidder. They were worn out by the military and then sold to the civilian market. You're a dumb fuck. Vintage warfare, you're just a dumb fuck. Dumb fucking asshole. Has been. Scumbag. Piece of shit.
Damn, washed up already. Out of the game. Unbelievable.
So amazing.
True. I dropped the link to that video in the chat. You should all check it out. Give it a watch. Subscribe to Vintage Warfare, or I will show up to your house and whisper the N-word in your...
Wait. Oh, I'll wait until the end. Hold on.
And I'll whisper the N-word in your ear while you sleep.
My Siggers.
I'll do it. Richard, what do you got going on, homie?
For those who are still hanging out, I run the second channel, Focus Clips. I take the streams, I cut them into little bite-sized segments. So if you guys could, it really helps us out. Go subscribe. Thank you very much.
Heck yeah. Awesome. And with all of that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a wonderful night tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you in the next one. God bless.
Cannot believe how beautiful your voice is, but I can't